Welcome to the Unbound. I'm Kyle, and today I have on Loyal Auterson. Loyal was born in Africa. He actually grew up in Ethiopia and Papua New Guinea. His parents were missionaries, and that all gives him a really unique outlook and perspective on, all sorts of elements of life. After graduating at Missouri State University, Loyal decided to join the Army Reserves at 38 years old, went through basic at that age, and then ended up getting commissioned through OCS at 39. Loyal is a student of the disciplines of influence and persuasion. The power of persuasion and understanding that makes him an information, disinformation, SME, or subject matter expert. In episode 3, Loyal and I really do a deep dive on how all this works with information, disinformation, the different campaigns that are ran, the way that it's weaponized, and it's outside of just warfare. We're talking religion, all kinds of things, and just generally sales, like how sales work. Like all of this is a lot of the same process with the power of influence to sell someone something. And it's really a fun ride. I love diving into all that. And I really would love if you guys could join the conversation. And the best way to do that is by adding your own input into the comments. Whether you agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. I love perspective. I love seeing new ways of thinking of something. I love the fact that my mind can change. I'm not always going to be here. I'm going to jump around in what I agree with and disagree with. And I'm always changing because of influential power that's coming from here or there. So we'd love to see you guys there in the chat. I think this conversation is awesome, and I hope you enjoy it as well.
It's funny because I was thinking about this. We've been talking about doing this podcast for you putting the podcast together and then me being on it for quite a while.
Right.
And here we are.
Yes, this has been a long conversation actually. This reno of everything took over a year.
Right.
So it was it's technically still not done. It's been a year and a half.
And I think too, part of that process for me has been, as I look at some of your other friends and some of the other people that you told me you were going to have on the podcast, I kept wondering, what's the value added that I'll have as a guest? And what was interesting to me was when I saw your first interview with Chris, I remember telling you over the years that I had seen the shadow world around the edges of my life. Mm-hmm. And then it was fascinating for me to see all the places where Chris was talking about that overlapped into my past experiences. And I went, oh, I get why Kyle wants me to be a guest and hang out.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Well, in that case, let's begin a bit of your story.
A little bit of my story.
Why you
Sure.
were growing up in another part of the world.
Well, because I look forward to coming back to how you and I met.
Oh, for sure.
So I was born in Ethiopia. My mom and dad are missionaries. They have been missionaries for been married for 57 years, so I think about 56 years. They retired officially several years ago, but so I was born in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and raised right on the edge of the desert as you're dropping down. Ethiopia is a fairly mountainous country, and so right on the edge of a desert area, we actually lived in a swamp, which I think is funny for people to think about that. But lived on 12 acres, enjoyed a fairly idyllic childhood. My dad hunted regularly, kept warthog meat on the table. Just an absolute heaven if you were a hunter. Reloaded 30-06 regularly. Hunted guinea fowl, reloaded 12 gauge. And mom was a nurse. And between them, they decided they were going to start their family out there on the edge of the bush. And then at that point in history, communism was really taking hold into some of those developing nations. And I think I've done the math on it more than once. I think between the ages of 4 and 5, I literally had my bed sold out from underneath me. Things got a little hectic, and Dad said, "You know what? We're going to leave. We're going to pull out." And then by a few months later, kind of settled down. He's like, "All right, maybe it's safe." And then towards the end, when we did leave, it was getting really bad. So real unstable. Gave me a lifelong distaste for anything Marxist or communist, and I think you've learned that over the last 15 years of us being friends.
Yeah.
And so
you're a big fan of the Karl Marx bookstore downtown.
I found it
Bookmarks.
funny when it went in.
Yeah.
Bookmarks. I found it funny when it went in because I thought if only you guys knew what an inversion of capitalism this is. Why don't you just give away the books, guys?
I actually went in there for the second time. I went in when they opened, went in for the second, which I didn't. It's funny. Back then, I didn't even know the Karl Marx reference.
Sure.
So things have changed. I've read a few books since then. But the last time I went in there, I was blown away at all the Republican books being sold because of where
Just
we're at in
make,
Missouri.
Gotta make some money. This is how not to do it.
Yeah. They should label it that, the how not to.
The how not to do capitalism store. That's funny. Anyway, so once they kind of got to the end of that, my dad and a couple of other missionaries helped Emperor Haile Selassie's great grandchildren get smuggled out of Ethiopia, and that put a lot of the stresses, I think, on our family when I was really young. That we're going to talk to a little bit about. We talk about childhood trauma. So we came back to the U.S. and 2 years later we went back overseas, and my dad and mom started doing mission work in Papua New Guinea, which is north of Australia. I grew up.
How old are you at this time?
So I was 7 when I moved there.
Okay.
By the time I was 8, I lived in Rabaul, which is where Admiral Yamamoto had his main fleet headquarters there. You could walk 20 meters into the bush and you'd find wreckages of Zeros and parts and pieces of airplanes laying around. I remember going up with my dad up at a place called Wow, and we were finding 50 caliber shell casings out in the grass. Just a real, again, back then, I think it was a fairly safe childhood. New Guinea went from the Stone Age to the Silicon Chip in about 20 years. And it's, for me, and the part of me that's anthropological in terms of analyzing culture and thinking about it, it was a real eye-opener to see the stresses that it put.
Was that on them?
On them.
Was that outside help?
Yeah, so we're going to go deep real quick. So a good example would be, we would think that getting rid of mosquitoes is a great thing and getting rid of malaria.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
What it did do is catastrophically increase the birth rates. So suddenly you had this huge baby boom, bigger than anything in the West, with no underlying things to support it without foreign aid coming in. So the education system was there, that to what standards and how did it hold? They couldn't scale up. So just take away some of the things that are unique about the culture. They couldn't scale up with it in a timely way. And so where that's come out now, maybe 40, 50 years down the road, is high crime rates, probably a lot of depression, a lot of things that you might associate with indigenous tribes in the Pacific Northwest, or even on our own First Nations out in the Dakotas. So anyway, as a child, I started reading really early. I didn't have a lot of friends, and I think I was telling you earlier, I was reading James Bond books by the time I was 9 or 10.
Did you have a TV in the home?
No, we didn't have access to TV at all.
Right.
I grew up with a little bit when I was stateside, but no. And then people would get black market videos of American shows. They'd come up from Australia, or maybe they'd come down from Hong Kong. So that was always fun, because there was a way in which we kind of kept up a little bit with what was going on in the culture.
Right.
But yeah. And then I think I mentioned to you that I read Dumas for sword fighting, and I read Ian Fleming for just hoping to see gadgets, and neither one of those books had those kinds of things that I was trying to correlate the movie worlds to this one. So ended up going to a high school for missionary kids that was a really awesome experience. Got to do a lot of things, from learning fairly decent practical application of physics on one side to how to wire a house on the other. We had so many kids from different countries that if you were going back to maybe Australia or Canada and you weren't as academically inclined, you just knew you were automatically going into sort of a trade school scenario. Maybe not so much Canada as maybe the UK. So that was emphasized. Here's some of these basic trade school things to help prep you, which is why I ended up with this really sort of polymath approach to enjoying life. And I know you're an ENTP. I found out later I was an ENFP. Moved back to the States at some point in there. Settled in Springfield because it's where my mom and dad had met. And they were affiliated with Baptist Bible College. Started at Baptist Bible College, just kind of a general interest in the Bible and the world. Ended up getting married young, as one does in that setting. Dropped out of school, went to Missouri State, and then eventually graduated from Missouri State with 2 degrees. One was in comparative religions, and then the other was in art photography. And then went into a kind of a marketing background for the evangelical parachurch world.
Let's jump into a spot there.
Okay.
Married young, as one does in
a Bible college. Yeah.
That is such a thing.
It is such a thing. And I think there's this pressure. A lot of times we jokingly call it being mama called and daddy sent. That the environment is pushed. So Baptist Bible College recently changed their name to Mission University, and they've flipped from saying, "Hey, we need to have this sort of emphasis on ministry." Not that that's not there, but we need to kind of have maybe a little bit broader approach to some things in the world. When I was there, it was probably 1,200 kids per year. I think it's dwindled down to maybe a fourth of that now. And that whole movement, and we can get into this later on in the conversation, but that whole movement has really changed. I think the internet broke down some barriers across the church world that just the way that maybe denominationally things were pocketed eventually shifted. But yeah, there was this big pressure on you to, connect. We joke about it being a meat market in the first two weeks of school because everybody was trying to see if they were attracted to somebody and pair off. And so graduated from MSU, went through my first divorce, and somewhere in there realized that I really wanted to be in the military. I had 9/11 had happened. I had felt this higher sense of calling to my life and had not really had a way to pursue that. So I think I was 38 years old when I called a recruiter, asked what my opportunities were, and went through, I think, 2 or 3 boards to see if I'd be an officer candidate for the selection process, and found that yes, I was. Did the ASVAB, scored very high, unusually high, and I wasn't as high as a couple guys I've met, but high, and I will attribute that again to just this broad education and being a reader for my whole life.
Yeah.
And then found myself at Fort Jackson going through basic training with a bunch of other officer candidates. Went through OCS when I came out. I was 39 years old, and I think there's one guy in the class who was older than me, and he was an E7 who had some experience, been a drill sergeant. I think he was a paper pusher. He was an adjutant general guy, and I don't know what he ended up branching, but stayed in the reserve then for the last portion of that. I've been on the reserve side, and I guess this is where I need to give the disclaimer that as we talk, my views aren't representing the DoD, the Army Reserve, the State Department. If I can too, I think because I'm going to be in and out of talking about Christianity, I don't want my views to be reflective of all of evangelicalism either. There will be some things that you and I get into that are very secular that I know any Christians listening to will be like, how or why are they talking about
right.
that? And, heads up, we live in a world where those things just exist, and I think to our detriment if we're not honest about what those things look like. It can be painful.
Yeah.
There's a third one. By the way, I remember we're taking notes for this. I thought there's a third disclaimer we need to give, and that would be that if you like this format and you're watching and you've not watched this before, please like, share, subscribe.
Yeah.
We got to pay obeisance to the YouTube god.
Yes. Let's step back to basic.
Sure.
At your age.
At my age.
Tell me about how that was.
So later, I had to go back to Fort Jackson to do some additional training. I looked up a couple of those drill sergeants, and it was funny. On the MBTI, most people come out on the S. People think that on the MBTI, you're the big ones, whether you're an extrovert or an introvert. I don't think that's actually accurate. I think it's whether you're a sensor or an intuitive. And since most people probably come out on the S side, basic training, most military training is really designed to get that skill set locked in. And so it's designed for sensors. And the oldest drill sergeant I had was maybe 6 years younger than me. And it's designed to make younger people angry, and then especially if they're sensing types, and then help them overcome that tendency to not connect and couple their emotions. So I just rolled through it. I just like, yes, drill sergeant, no, still drill sergeant. If you say so, drill sergeant. That part was fairly easy.
Just because you understood the game.
I understood, and game is probably the right way to say it. I was just like, I'm being paid to play Army. Like I did this as a kid. I get to do it now 24 hours a day, and I get a paycheck every 2 weeks. It's not a lot of a paycheck, but it's here. I got better at shooting. In fact, a lot of what I had to unlearn a lot of things. Mm-hmm. And I've come to deeply appreciate how basic rifle marksmanship is the way it's contained and packaged, and like it's plug and play. You can hand it to any sergeant, and that sergeant can take it out and pass that skill on down. So a lot of it was really frustrating for me, because for that window as an intuitive type, I had to get out of my head. For an extrovert, I had to get in my head in two different ways. So I had to learn to really be quiet and just blend in a way that probably, when I worked at Missouri State, I was the theater photographer on campus, so I knew everybody. Had this way in which I moved through the world. I think my friends list back then was around 500 or 600 people on Facebook. And suddenly I had to be quiet and not talk about blogging and make notes. We had the chance to write a lot of letters. I wrote a lot of letters to myself, and then sent them home to try to remember what was going on. In fact, I gave one of my friends my passwords to my blog, and then he would type out my letters. And so I was making blog. I had people going, "How did you blog when you were in basic?" And I said, kind of the old-fashioned way. Yep. And again, being a student of Ian Fleming and John le Carre, I learned quite a bit about fieldcraft and thought it through and thought, if I want to have a voice here. Luckily for me, my drill sergeants were too tired to ever go chase down a Blogspot blog and try to figure out what I was thinking or saying. But yeah.
Did you go through when cell phones were allowed in basic?
Yeah, so I went in with a cell phone, but I had to secure it, and I didn't have it at all.
Okay.
We were allowed a phone call on a payphone once a week. Mm-hmm. And I had made a commitment to myself that I wouldn't call anybody the entire time. And I told a couple people in the family, I will call you like in the last week or two when we need to coordinate things. My thought process was, and I think I'm still accurate on it, that I didn't want the outside distraction. And I'd watch guys, they call home and the water got shut off or a pipe broke or whatever, right? And then they're useless for 3 or 4 days. They are a walking sack of crap in their boots, and their head's not on a swivel, and they're not in the, if we were going to get smoked as a platoon, it was because one of those guys had his head where he couldn't control that outside world. And that ability to understand that I remember thinking this is as close to being in a prison as I ever want to be. I deeply love enlisted people, I think, because of that experience. And I find myself at times meeting other officers who've not really ever had that. Even if they go through ROTC and they go to, the 30-day, like there's 2 sections of 30 days, one summer part. I find that they don't get that just enmeshed, entrenched, slogging it out and suffering is one of the Joe's things that I really have a huge appreciation for on the other side of this.
You committing on the phone thing, something in my head, when I was thinking of the question, it was like, he would, even if it was allowed. I was curious as to why, so that was really cool. And then not wanting outside
I just didn't want the distractions.
Yeah.
And so watching that process, watching how the drill sergeants interacted with each other, watching how we interacted with each other, it was transformative. And I was at a point, going through a divorce, I had found myself on the outs. It was maybe the second or third time in my life where I'd come into a series of really deep doubting as a Christian, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with that. And so I think it helped pull me into a place spiritually where I could just reset. Now, little did I know later, I was opening myself up to a culture of trauma. And, we've talked about that. We can circle back on that later. But, I remember there was a moment when there was one other guy who was a Mormon, and we had, you don't fraternize at any level, but we knew we had some things in common. Probably that we had deep commitment to conservative values, deep commitment to family. And so I remember this one time we were in a march and they called a marching cadence, and I realized they've just flipped a switch and we're being encouraged to see killing as a good thing. Like, to that point, it was, and I'm not saying that they made it murderous. It's part of the getting your body ready to react to fire. Mm-hmm. But the part where we had started to become dehumanized began, I think, in that space.
Okay.
And I do want to circle back to that, but I want to talk a little bit about how you and I met. So what's your memory of how that went down?
One thing I want to jump to before that is, you mentioned ways that helped you through basic because you understood kind of how the process worked. How could you explain that to an 18-year-old watching this who's about to start?
I would not, because they need to just roll with it.
Find it all
and
out.
Bluntly, I'm going to say this, and I know that this clip's going to go viral. What I'm going to say next is going to go viral, and it's going to get a lot of kids hurt. So I would drop a pin, look at the drill sergeant, and go, "I'm such a fumbly idiot. I'm so sorry, drill sergeant. I'm just a sopped up soup." But and they'd be like, "You're an idiot, Auterson." And yeah, you're right, drill sergeant. And then I'd pick up the pin, and if the drill sergeant started moving towards me, I'd drop the pin, and they'd just look at me in disgust and turn around and walk away. And it was a way of trick training them that when I dropped the pin, they anticipated I'd get apologetic and demure and submissive. And then they just like, I can't smoke him. I can't get in his head. So I would just keep dropping a pin every time a drill sergeant started coming towards me, and they'd avert and walk away. Again, if you try this, it'll get you killed, because now that's out there.
It's funny. I just looked over and saw the book A Hacker's Mind, and that comes to mind with that.
My Mormon friend, for about the third or fourth time he actually saw it, he just looked at me and goes, "You were wicked." And I said, It's keeping us from getting in trouble.
Yeah.
They're leaving us alone.
That's wild.
So, and that was one of the things the drill sergeant said later. The one who was the most astute said, we talk about it. We couldn't get in your head, and we don't have time. We'd rather go for low hanging fruit and the ones that
of course,
that need to get molded.
So how we met, from memory, Matt Darce, a mutual friend, was working on a movie called The Dead Shall Rise, which is this low budget indie, like next to no budget. There's some budget, but a lot of free labor and a lot of just movie nerds who are there to help out.
Right.
And it was a zombie movie that I don't think officially ever had a final cut.
Nope. I do have the trailer somewhere. We'll make sure, because
we'll have to put that in here.
We'll have to put that in
Find
here now.
a nice spot to throw it in. Yeah,
it's that end of the world thing they talked about in church when we were kids.
What are you talking about?
Everyone disappears, and they said the dead shall rise or something like that.
I assure you, this ain't the rapture.
And I remember running into you on one of those set days, and I was so confused by you because you kept making jokes about conservatives. I'm like, gosh, this guy's like annoyingly liberal, the most liberal dude out
Really?
here. And I didn't realize or understand that the joke's on them, because we're in a mostly Democratic environment, because we're on a film set, even though a lot of the people there were conservatives. You kept poking conservative jokes so much. I'm like, what is? And then I start finding out you have conservative values in ways over time. And dude, it's probably like 6 to 8 months before like I'm realizing, oh, I thought you were like in college. That was your attitude. You've gotten out, and now you're finding yourself again, not doing the whole college educated, let's support communism.
Well, so I think back to the childhood trauma, right? One of the things that I had learned to do was blend in, no matter where I was. right? So you've got that. I didn't get invited by Matt.
You were blending in with chickens as a peacock.
All right, they're okay. You're probably not wrong. So I didn't get invited by Matt. I got invited by Nate Shelton because Nate was doing the makeup.
Yep.
And Nate was somebody I photographed regularly as an actor, photographed regularly on stage.
He's probably my favorite actor from Springfield.
Yeah,
I love
and incredibly talented.
Yes.
Nate, I hope you're watching this because, you and a couple other people in the theater department really helped make my career and made my life easy by just being on point and being professional.
Yep.
Nate says, hey, you want to be a part of this? My brother's a missionary in France, and he was in town. Were they in France at that point? Or were they still in there doing their internship? Anyway, I was like, hey, Lance, you want to go do this? And he was like, yeah. So we went out and did the makeup thing, and then we were in that scene where we're all coming across the field. And I remember you and one other guy, you were joking about walking across the field with your underwear open and
Yes.
trying to, like, as if you'd come off the toilet.
Yeah.
And I thought those guys are actually fairly what's the word I'm looking for? Subversive, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm in my own way being subversive by telling jokes against conservatives in a largely liberal room. And so anyway, I think the next day they did the fire scene and your Pinto got used.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And so somewhere in there they said, hey, would you like to photograph this? And I said, sure. So I brought my camera gear out and took a whole sequence of action shots and put them in my portfolio and loved it. And then for some reason after that, you and I kept coming back into each other's social circles.
Yep.
I think being able to talk about what we were reading. I bring that up because before we go any further, there's this, and I mentioned this today, this parable I want to talk about as we unfold some of these ideas. That opened me up to the whole zombie literature, like that
Same.
genre of books.
Same.
And inside them, there is this idea always that, like special forces go up against zombies, and they'll ad hoc, Russian guys will be teaming up with Israeli guys that will be teaming up with some French Foreign Legion. They always make this pact: if I get scratched or nicked or cut, put me out of my misery before I lose my humanity. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's a heavy thing that threads in there. And one of my favorite quotes that I had picked up over the years is by Kafka. And it's something along the lines of, it's enough to know that an arrow made the shape of the wound. Right? So he's not talking about arrows or wounds. And yet there's this idea that when you're looking at your environment, you can tell things that are there by either things that have happened or things that aren't present by inference. And I remember thinking the worst story, if one of these guys really wanted to write it, would be all these guys get stuck in an airplane or a submarine, and they all think they're nicked, and they all think that they're dying, and they're trying to cast lots basically to figure out how they're going to do a Masada. Don't go out last. And then one of them realizes, I'm actually not infected. Right? Mm-hmm. What's it like to be the one guy in the room who's not infected and everyone else is, and they're losing their humanity? And what a horrifying plight that would be in, right? When we start talking about some of these ideas that I think we're going to cross over into, when you say, I don't want to live this way anymore, sometimes you start to realize you're the only person in a room full of people that are losing their humanity.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that about liberals. I'm not saying that about conservatives. I just think that as we live in a culture where everything is just force-fed at us so quickly, we aren't given time to think. We're a combative culture internally. And you say, I want to be different. You either got to start thinking like, I'm moving off to the woods somewhere and living alone and off the grid. Your Tesla's not going far, right? Or you got to think about kind of embracing some sort of communal lifestyle like maybe the Amish have, where they seem to have successfully pulled that off,
yeah,
right? And yet totally irrelevant to the world by the world's standards. Or you're going to be really alone until you find other people that you look at them and go, oh, I see he's putting on a zombie suit to blend in with the zombies, but he's actually one of the few guys in here who's like me is still alive. And so my memories of that, I think, over the next few years was recognizing that trait in you, that there was this part of you that was not drinking the Kool-Aid, even though you went off to Hollywood. You worked out in California there for a while.
Yep.
And I remember asking you to be an armorer for, I wanted to do a photo shoot, and I needed to have weapons in the shot, and I wanted to do it in downtown Springfield, in the middle of the street. And so I said, hey, Kyle, can I have you come be an armorer for me in case the cops show up and want to know, why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. That was the day I met your dad.
Yeah.
And he asked if he could pray over us before the shoot. And I have never felt the presence of God from anyone like I did from that day from your dad.
Interesting.
Like it was wild. There was just a vibe, a feeling, a comfort, like
cool,
something more, something extra.
Yeah, I really love him. He will say, "I'm dumber than a box of rocks, not that smart." And there's
about himself or
about
you?
himself. No, about himself.
Okay.
And you meet my mom. My mom's probably on the spectrum. Wicked smart. My dad's an incredible people person, and my mom, it's like somewhere my brother and I got the best of both of them.
Yeah.
And really love that. But I appreciate you saying that about him.
Yeah.
He will go down to, I've got a pond on my place, and maybe 3 or 4 times a week I'll look out and see his car parked in the barnyard.
Yep.
He's walked down the pond and he's catching the same fish and throwing it back over and over again, and he is tickle pink.
Yeah.
87, thriving. So then you asked me to help you do a photo shoot for yourself.
Yeah.
Because he came along for that.
That's not, which is funny. I still have this Facebook group, and every now and then I see it pop up where it's had some interaction of you, like once every 6 months, because I haven't put anything on there in probably 15 years. But it was called Firearms for Film. And that was the Armory Business I was trying to start here. So, I wouldn't have an actor shoot a cameraman in the chest and kill him.
Right.
That was the goal, is to have safety on sets and get to play.
I know that's a novel idea.
Right.
Especially with revolvers that just seem to misfire.
Oh, that's been fun. That actually, I wish that was a more current topic, because I can't count the number of people that reached out to me, in my opinion, on that, especially people that know that I have actually done that.
If you're coming new to the show, we're inferring Alec Baldwin and Rust, and that would have happened about 1.5 years ago, but it's still impacting.
Yeah, it's like the court stuff is just now getting
still getting
completion almost. But so for that, I wanted an advertising shot that I could throw on a business card, headshot, if you will. So I invited you down to what was Kelly's Police and Tactical at the time, now Anchor Tactical. And I had those guys deck me out with about every gun that they could fit on me, with body armor and the most ridiculous 1980s, early 90s style SWAT looking garbage that most of the actors were wearing in movies
at that point.
At that time. And we're 10 years after that, but for some reason everyone's still wearing this really old crap that's sitting in the Armory rental.
Did you get any
offices.
Did you get any traction out of the picture?
I think some, but at that time too, I was limited in my time here. I actually was called to do all the armory work for, I can't remember her name. Winter's Bone.
Oh yeah,
who's the girl in that?
Yes.
So Jennifer Lawrence. There we go.
Jennifer Lawrence. Well, it's funny because I was actually going to give the call out to Lauren Sweetser, who was an MSU student.
Yes. Who recently moved back home.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauren, you're not going to see this, but loved working with you too. Real professional.
She will. I'll send it to her and give her a time stamp.
You're, great. And saw you in For All Mankind and went, oh, you grew up. So anyway, you're not a kid anymore.
Yep. She's also got a cousin. I believe her Instagram handle is, I want to say, Sportswoman Courtney or something like that. She told me about her. She's all into like hunting, guns, and fishing and all that stuff. And so that's someone I do want to have on here. And I assume around Christmas time, she probably comes and visits family not far.
So the reason I'm asking, and I brought you a gift, but this is also these shameless plugs for being an artist.
I know what that is already. Yes.
Even signed and dated it.
That's funny.
So, if you want to turn the camera, show it.
Yeah.
There we go. So,
I'll throw it as an insert. That's
I
funny.
love the AI gear that's in Photoshop now, and I pulled you off that green screen and gave you a zombie apocalypse setting for it.
That's all. And some of these guns are so lame now. They're so boring. I can't.
And yet, as cheesy as it was then, it somehow fits in that
Yeah.
picture.
I love this Keltec. I don't even remember what those are called, but they're hideous. But it was something different.
There you go.
And it's a Walther P99.
Yep.
And that was mine. And I saw that at Bass Pro, picked it up, and turned out it was just for the year, but I still remember the serial on that gun. It was FAG 3170.
I don't know why that's suddenly memorable.
Yeah, I always thought that was awesome. That's
There we
cool.
go.
Thank you.
And it's get you an 8x10 frame. We'll
Yeah.
got it. So yeah, we I've always been involved in the reserve at some level with influence warfare, and so
Where are you at now, title wise, in the military? What's your rank?
so I'm a major. I don't like being that. I loved being a captain. My goal was get in, do 10 years, be a captain, and then like I think God, country, I've served you. I'm out. And, for whatever reason, I'm still there. So
Why are you still there?
why am I still there? Good question. I love influence warfare.
Okay, yeah.
I love the community. I'd always been around civil affairs or PSYOP guys. Always been a staff officer in those scenarios. Wanted to be a public affairs officer. Had seen how public affairs had really served Missouri State University as a school in a positive way.
Yeah.
So it took making it to major to be able to get to go to public affairs school and qualify in that specialty. So.
But you're not wanting to do that now?
No, I still am.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm a public affairs officer in a joint billet. There's not very many for reservists, but I'm in one. I'm affiliated with U.S. Transcom, and that's based out of Scott Air Force Base on the other side of St. Louis.
Can you do a dumbed down overall idea of what that job is like for a 15-year-old dreamer who's considering it?
Sure. So if you want to go,
actually looks like.
I'm glad you're asking. So public affairs is the way that we tell the official story and of what the military does. It has to be without mistakes, and it also has to be above reproach. And so if you're a 15-year-old and you're thinking about enlisting in the next 3 or 4 years, your paths in terms of career are to be a media acquisition specialist. And so they teach you to write with AP standards. They teach you to do webcasting. A lot of the stuff that would have been in the past handed off to like a combat cameraman. Mm-hmm. That's kind of that area now. They go
so you're
out
shooting as well with a camera?
So I do.
I had to add with a camera.
I don't so much now where I'm at. I'm more in the strategic side of it. But as a captain, I got a chance to go lead a team of public affairs media guys out of Fort Bragg, and I think you and I talked about that.
Do they call it that anymore?
I'm old school. Is it Fort Freedom, Fort Liberty, whatever it is? that place where stuff happens, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And so for 6 months, I led a media acquisition team for General Lucky, and I loved that. The highlight of it was covering what was going on after Hurricane Harvey went back offshore. And the Army Reserve had a helicopter battalion right smack in the middle of Houston. So controlling airspace, controlling rescue efforts. There was this really cool merger of like FEMA and Homeland Security and the Army Reserve and the Texas National Guard and the Texas State Guard. Don't confuse those two. The not Civil Air Patrol, the Commemorative Air Force came in with a C-47. It was awesome. So Army Reserve guys were loading cargo onto this World War II era C-47 that was being flown by a bunch of Vietnam vets, and they were taking stuff over to Beaumont. And then the National Guard was unloading it on the other end. Yeah. So got to image capture that. If you Google Loyal Auterson, you'll get a lot of the stuff that's relative to that. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
You said you were attached doing that for General?
For General Lucky. General Lucky spooled up this team, had this idea of having this sort of quick response team that could move faster maybe than reservists in their own locale.
What was General Lucky like?
I loved General Lucky. He is he's a man from a different era.
Yeah.
he had this idea. His motto is sort of like, we're going to turn the reserve into a lethal fighting force. And the reserve doctrinally, unlike the National Guard, where you're going to have combat arms elements, so you'll have infantry and artillery, you'll have armor. In National Guard units, the reserve doesn't do that. The reserve is predominantly backfill support logistics, right? So your water purification units, your medics, your ability to pick up and move a hospital quickly, your ability to pick up and move signal quickly from battle space, right? Those kinds of assets are what the reserve bring to the fight. And so it's interesting that we're talking about this now, because even back then, I think they were aware that the shift would be to Europe, and a lot of the training was being geared towards how do we get these reservists to get comfortable handling a saw? How do we get these reservists to get comfortable loading a modus? How do we get them comfortable mounting, dismounting, doing patrols if they have to? And so a lot of that window, they were encouraging down trace. Start camping out of your Humvees again. Start learning to do field craft. Stop thinking about it as if you're going to be fobbits behind the lines always, because if we go to a kinetic fight in Europe, this will change. So when I saw the saber rattling start to occur in Europe, I went, oh, okay. Like, the planners have seen this coming for a while.
Yeah.
It was not out of the blue. And I think there's a narrative out there probably that the military industrial complex is trying to push it. I've seen that on the right. I think it's a false narrative. Just because we were battle training with, if you were out at NTC, the National Training Center, a lot of the plans of where we were going to fight were Central Europe, Eastern Europe. They weren't called that.
Right.
Atropia. I think we've joked about the existence of a country called Atropia, right? You look at where that sits; it's clearly overlaid in some of those places.
Fill in listeners on that.
Huh?
On Atropia.
Well, so you can't just say we're fighting in the country of, and so there's this big map they use, and there are artificial boundaries written all over it. Atropia is one of the countries that we go notionally liberate. It's, I don't remember what the names of the other countries are, but they're clear proxies for Ukraine, Poland,
right.
Republic of Georgia. Somewhere in there, I did a stint in the Republic of Georgia as a civilian, and shot a portfolio for the Georgian Orthodox Church.
Yeah, didn't you have like some wild wireless system for connection to internet and everything, like early on for that?
No. No, we didn't.
I must have been thinking for something else around that time then.
But I did. So we'll talk about wild stories out of that. In the James Bond movie that's set out of Baku, the world is not enough, right?
Okay,
And they're gonna blow up the pipeline and all.
That's the P99 gun. That's where it was first seen.
Okay. Well, there you go. So in that, he's riding on these sleds down the pipes, and it's all. I think they actually make it above ground on big pylons. In reality, what they did is they trenched out these big, huge blocks, and they filled it with loose earth, and then they ran the pipeline through it, so that if there's seismic stuff, the pipeline moves and the loose dirt moves, or loose ground moves around it. So from space, you can look across Georgia into, part of Azerbaijan, maybe bits of Turkey. You can see where the pipeline is because the earth is discolored on those. So my handler's an interesting guy. We're in this Land Cruiser. We're coming up over the pass, and I've got a Hasselblad, and I'm shooting film. And I said, "Hey, what is that?" And he said, "Oh, those are markers in the very center so that they can do survey work." He said, "But that's where the pipeline is." I said, I want to go jump out and take a picture of that. He's like, "All right." So we pull over. I jump out, run out, grab a couple shots, and it's just, Hasselblad's perfectly square frame. So this thing can be seen from space. There's no secrets, I'm standing out in the middle of it. This beautiful landscape image, and see this black helicopter fly over, circle over several times. He goes, "Hey, we better get moving." I'm like, "All right." He said, "If you're gonna do something subversive with the film, do it now." So I pull it out of the camera, roll it up, put it in my, I don't remember how I hid it in my stuff, and then I loaded a brand new roll into the camera, thinking if we get stopped and they ask me to take my film out, I'll hand it to them. So we did we did get stopped, and guy says, I need to see, doesn't look at my handler, he looks at me and says, I need to see your passport. Well, coming into the country, they had given me a letter. Georgia Orthodox Church had given me a letter, and it was in English on one side, and it was in Georgian on the other. I may have been part of it in Russian, I don't remember. But it basically just said, this person's a guest of the church, and the senior person is it's not like a bishop, they call it a metropolitan, but metropolitan so-and-so. And before it, all due courtesies to this individual. So I hand my passport to him. The guy looks at the letter, makes sure it's me, reads it, and he kind of snaps to attention, and he says, okay, have a nice day. Don't take any more pictures up here. And we roll on. After I joined the military, I go back later, and after I've done all my stuff for my clearances, and I think I had declared that I had been in the Republic of Georgia. No big deal, right? I found out later that the person who had signed the letter was a high-ranking bishop inside the Georgian Orthodox Church who had gone underground after the fall of the Soviet Union because he'd been a lieutenant colonel in the KGB. And that was what spooked them. They recognized his signature, and
that's wild.
That was wild. Like, it wasn't the big guy at the top that he was writing on behalf of. It was actually the signature block of this lower down bishop that spooked him. I mean, thanks. Yeah.
It's like it becomes one of those movie-like moments in your life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I still have that picture frame somewhere hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
But, anyway, my stuff I enjoyed doing. Where do you want to go? What do you want to talk about next?
Well,
because a large part of what you want to talk about, I think, was the information warfare side.
That's exactly where I was about to head, was the topic of information, disinformation. Starting off, just let's discuss what that is.
Sure.
In simplest form.
Well, I think we have to be honest that even if we go back prior to the internet, a lot of what put us in a detente with the Soviet Union, because that's our major near-peer rival, was about projecting the idea for them that communism was a superior way of living. They had a godless, absolutely atheistic worldview, and so everything had to go to this is the ultimate way we want to find meaning in life. On our end, we took the counterpoint, which was there's freedom and liberty under capitalism. There's human flourishing. We think back to the sort of Miami Vice largesse, the bright colors, the 80s. It seems so over the top now. But those were ways in which narratives were being presented, one worldview against another, out of which Reagan's policies and the people that backed him, sort of eventually came out over the top, on top, and the Soviet Union collapsed. The communists were always good at engaging in disinformation and information warfare. They've always been good at dumbing ideas down in simple ways and putting them out. We would call it propaganda, but putting it out in bite-sized pieces that help you attach to a thing and then take it into your belief system and hold it. Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about what information and disinformation is, it's ultimately your body always being subjected to these information inputs that you then have to do something with. Did you learn about Udal Loops from me, or did you just drop the phrase one time and then I said?
Probably that one, because that's a big part of going through a police academy.
Okay, well, tell me about that. And then maybe tell me what an Udal Loop is, and then talk about how it applies there, and then I'll back up.
You're going to jump into that better than I will.
No, go ahead. I actually don't know how it's used.
I'll tell you why I won't define it. It's because I was insanely lost through a lot of what they were explaining on how to work and understand Udal Loop and how to get in the mind of other people and be persuasive. And then when I'm in the street, I found that I actually had the natural capability to do that.
Sure.
And I basically never had anyone who wanted to fight me when I was in law enforcement, when it was my call.
Right.
because I could calm everyone down.
Okay.
You know? So yeah, you dive in on that one.
I sent you the graphic, and if we're lucky, we'll maybe have you project it into this space. An Udal Loop stands for an observe, orient, decide, act loop. Yeah. And it describes a psychological process for how we take information in and then either process it and then come back up immediately to taking in more information, or then going down into the decide spot, which means sometimes we're going to take in more information, or sometimes it's a knee jerk. We go immediately to the act portion of it. And that sounds a little convoluted, probably a little abstract. If you put it in terms of fighter pilots, because that's where the process was developed. The idea is that when you're in a dogfight, and we're back to, I think, probably Sabre jets and the early MiGs, like, you only had a certain amount of time to get the advantage on the guy, right? Because you're always trying to back in and get in the prime slot behind him. So if you can see your enemy coming, and then without any confusion attack before he does, your own observe, orient, decide, act loop gives you the victory. Where that becomes a problem is like you're coming up against the Israelis. The Israelis might be flying some captured MiGs. Your Udal Loop becomes more complex if you're an American Navy guy flying in an F-14. You can't fire on your friend, right? Even though your friend may actually look like your foe. And so that learning to teach the pilots how to get into that closure space quickly was where it developed out of. And then, as I understand it, law enforcement then grabbed a hold of it. And then the scenarios, like, how would you have used that kind of a thing when you were with someone on the street?
I don't know. I thought a lot of my stuff was just simple mind games. And usually I could find a way to give them a bit of what they want or help them relax by offering them something. I'll use a domestic as an example. You've got a guy and a girl, and the cliche of domestics is the guy is the aggressor.
Right.
When you show up on scene, the girl's hysterical and the guy's just pissed off and mad. And he doesn't want to talk, and she's happy to talk. That's the cliche. That's the standard that you run into. But when you really take on information from both sides, you find out there's more to the story. Well, traditionally, I think people were quick to just listen to the girl and hook up the guy. But usually guys, when they're pissed off, I'd usually talk to both of them, saying, especially when I'm speaking to the guy, I'd say, I'm going to talk to you and I won't make a decision until I talk to you, because here's your story, here's hers, neither of which are true. Somewhere in here, which my conversations with both of you will dictate where the truth is. And that's when I'll make my decision. As of right now, no one's going to jail, nothing's happening. Right. But I'll talk to you and you'll have a fair shot of explaining what happened. And just having logic in that scenario makes every dude just like, whoa. And then they start running everything through their head.
Yeah, and then they calm down.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. And then the other thing, too, if someone's yelling, like, I may tell them to stop. And then if they're still yelling, you need to shut the fuck up.
Right.
Because some people you just got to hit with the aggressive language to get them to actually stop. Or I just start talking quietly, or I'm not talking to you. And I talk quietly and calm until they realize they got to chill, which they do. You can make everybody do all these things just playing games.
Most influence warfare then is about, it's interesting that you attach it the word mind games, because it is about how to get into and then shift the person's perspective.
Yep.
I didn't know any of this when I came into the Army. For me, like you, it was fairly intuitive. So the example I gave earlier of 2 or 3 times dropping a pin in front of a drill sergeant and then acting submissive I realized later was a way of getting inside their Udal Loop.
Yep.
Because the minute I dropped the pin, then the drill sergeant would be like, oh, he's not worth messing with, and then would walk away, right? So I don't know what people think of when they think of like psychological warfare, or when they think of civil affairs, or when they think of public affairs. But those places where the ultimate goal is to change the shape of the warfare environment. In some cases, you might want to make it more kinetic, and sometimes you don't want to make it kinetic at all. And the way that you do it oftentimes is by freezing the Udal Loop.
Yeah.
Okay. So you might send 3 different civil affairs teams into a village, and each one they are to some degree interacting with each other, and they're coordinating, but they are given 3 different missions that can't be solved, right? And so the perception is, well, civil affairs is going in to like maybe help smooth over. We need fresh water, we need a school, we need a clinic, right? But all they do is just make more and more and more confusion and more chaos.
Mm-hmm.
You're not making people have hearts and minds like warm, fuzzy towards the military. And then when you back up,
Is the goal to create the chaos?
the goal in those cases oftentimes is to
Right.
create the chaos.
And why would?
Right. So what the civil affairs teams aren't always thinking about, because strategic thinkers above them that are more kinetic is that it's one way in and one way out down that road to that village. And so at some point, the confusion will draw a bomb maker, hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
And then he will say, hey, I can make this go away, but I need the local imams, local tribal chiefs, okay to do it. It's then when he reveals himself that an asset that maybe belongs to the Belgians, maybe belongs to the Israelis, maybe belongs to MI6, gets word back, and then the CIA drops a drone strike because they now know who the bomber is.
But was
Right?
this person a bomber in the first place, or
Yes.
did you create him through headache?
No.
Okay, so you're not doing what the FBI does too.
Nope. Not doing what the FBI does. What you're doing is you're creating a gravity well of influence
Yeah.
through the chaos that then attracts that person there,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, that would be an example of how all those areas get coordinated. And I think I can say that without getting into too much trouble. For starters, we're not in Afghanistan anymore.
Yeah.
But that oftentimes would have probably been the kind of scenario where I remember reading about a PSYOP team that was asked to do some stuff in an area in up by Eritrea and Ethiopia, kind of that area. And they were putting out these pamphlets. They looked like they came from the UN. They were in languages that the local tribal people could read, or it was in a language that, at an indigenous level, whatever it was, they could say real simple. It looked like a legit anti-HIV, anti-AIDS pamphlet. The bulk of it was something to the effect of, be very careful because this disease is prevalent in this area. It's transmitted largely through sexual interactions. Be careful not to have sex with people. Be careful not to engage in sexual deviancy in any way, form, or fashion. And on the surface, you would think that there's an educational thing about HIV. It wasn't. The team that had put it together had really gotten into the mindset and realized a lot of these boys are conscripted. They are away from women, and the actual wording of it was to make them think about women.
That's fascinating.
That's it. Just make them think about women. The objectification of women, the potential place out of which this disease is transferred sexually. So on the surface, it was about this one thing, but you'd had these guys who'd been away from female contact for years, and it was really to sort of get into their Udal Loop and just make them think about women.
And create that influence. And what would be the end goal of that?
Frustrates them.
Yeah.
Slows them down.
Because they're still separate from women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clouds are thinking. Makes them want to go home. Makes them miss their mom. Makes them see that's it.
That's wild. And on the different levels of all that's going on, that's insane. And there's the stuff that's in your face and you can spot it from a mile away, and the subtleties as well. You talked to me at my dining room table for about 5 hours a year ago. Where you mentioned something that really kind of blew my mind on you've got opinion versus fact, and then the bias that comes with opinions that separates it from the fact. And said something along the lines of, we can both agree there's an eagle on this table. But in this scenario, it's already wrong because the eagle's actually on a book. It's not on the table. We could agree that there's a book on the table, but is that true? Because there are books on the table, and how quickly you can start changing things and create opinion to where straightforward facts practically do not exist. Because in any long, and I mean, a sentence in this case would be considered a long form delivery,
right?
And it gets.
And so the more that you can bring that down into symbols, and then attach those symbols to things psychologically that are either culturally there. So in the graphic, if we throw it up, that'll talk about the five things on the Orient plate: cultural bias, previous experience, preconditioned actions. I don't know what they all are right off the top of my head, but if you can grab onto that, then you can shift. And it happens all the time in marketing. Like we don't really realize that this thing we're talking about is the weaponization of just marketing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Some of the funniest ads that you'll ever think of that you remember are because they got into your Udal Loop and then passed off. One of the presidential candidates, and I've talked to you about this with you before, the brilliance of like how he engages people is he establishes the territory you're at, and the minute you start talking with him inside that mental territory, he intentionally throws out something into that space that you start arguing over without realizing you've already moved into accepting the premises of his idea. And it's the premises of his idea that he's moving you to, not the most outlandish thing that he's actually said, right? And so, hypothetically, such a candidate might say, when no such thing exists 5 years ago, we're going to build a wall on our southern border, and we're going to make we're going to make the Canadians pay for it, right? Or on our northern border. There we go. We're going to make a wall on our northern border, and we're going to make the Canadians pay for it. And you're like, Canada's what? They're not our enemy. We don't need a. But you've already taken on the premise that a wall needs to exist by arguing with him about who's going to pay for a wall that doesn't yet exist. You've already conceded the mental space that there needs to be boundaries on our borders.
You know, what's funny about that is when I lived in Los Angeles, I knew this singer who was Canadian, and she went home for a bit, and then she wanted to get her citizenship. So she's applying, doing the whole process to become an American, and they showed her in an interview video footage of her singing in a bar in LA and said, "Is this you?" And she's like, "Yes." And basically she was paid for that gig and everything, didn't have the appropriate visa or whatever to be working, and they blacklisted her from the United States, saying she could never live here. Well, she ended up crossing the border, backpacker style, how it's really easy to do if you're coming from the Canadian side. And last I knew, her and her husband were like working in oil stuff, like in South Dakota or something.
Yeah.
Like she went and took a different life after meeting a guy. But like that's of all the stuff with the border, like this girl, like why blacklist that?
Right.
It's just, and we can go annoyingly deep into that part of the conversation that everybody's heard and knows, but that blows my mind.
So the other part of it, and I want to circle back to something that I think you and Chris talked about, is that a lot of this has been helped by the technology that we keep around now that wasn't there. But when you and I met, I mean, even to make a joke earlier about a Blogspot blog is not a thing that exists anymore.
No.
Right. I think back then I had a Palm Treo phone.
Heck yeah.
Apple iPhones weren't even out yet.
The phone of Ari Gold.
Right.
I wanted one so bad.
You wanted one so bad?
Because I wanted to be Ari Gold from Entourage.
Yeah.
So I literally have his book. If you haven't read it, it's amazing. Third one down.
Oh, the gold standard?
Yeah,
awesome.
Get the audio book. He reads it in character.
All right.
Jeremy Piven.
All right.
Sorry, continue.
No, we'll do. I'm glad. So yeah, that then has made it easy because now literally the internet, what we originally were sold is that we're going to have a library in our pocket, and that's not actually the way that's turned out.
Right.
And you know, in the early days of the internet, I think probably it did feel a little bit more like a card catalog.
Yeah.
There's that running joke. One of the comedians out there says something about told my kid I would give him an iPhone 15 if he could take a set of of Encyclopedia Britannicas and tell me who the Prime Minister of England was in World War II. And the challenge accepted. So she said I got in trouble when he went to the W's. And then she said I realized I was going to be okay when he started trying to find out who the Prime Minister was.
That's amazing.
Right?
That's amazing.
And she goes, "Not Winston Churchill." Right? So I think in the early days, we probably did think of the internet as a big card catalog. And if you asked, can I see information on a Beechcraft 18, from here to here, you'd get all sorts of stuff fed to you. Mm-hmm. That's not how it works anymore. It's actually a very intricate ecosystem. It's virtual, but it's still an ecosystem. And the minute we move into that ecosystem, we're either predator or prey in a very real way. Our attention is being our attention is being captured by what's inside those devices. If everything is safe and it's innocent, then we don't really have anything to worry. What's the harm of trying to figure out which is better, Pepsi or Coke, right? At that level, it doesn't matter. On the other hand, though, if you're trying to move people off of Pepsi to Coke to drinking something a little more addictive, then it does matter,
and think of the marketing, information, disinformation war between just Pepsi and Coke.
Well,
I found out recently, haven't looked this up fully to see if it's the truth, but Santa Claus as we know it apparently is because of Coke, because that's the image they chose. It was nothing like the Santa that was Santa forever, and Coke created the Santa image we have today.
A large part, probably back in the 50s. So the other thing then I was going to tell you is that Max Berry is the author of a book called Jennifer Government, and that's the idea is that it's set in this century, but it's our near future, and everyone takes on the last name of a corporation, and then their marketing, and so there's literal wars between Pepsi and Coke. Gosh. And then the conglomerates. So there's like the Nike, Toyota, Coke alliance with the,
this is idiocracy. It's amazing.
in its own interesting way.
Yeah.
And so, and Max Berry then went on to write a book called Syrup. I think they made a movie out of it. Maybe I'm thinking of the movie, but it's the same thing, playing with the idea that, you are not selling a drink, you're selling other things around it. And so one of Amber Heard's first movies, and I'll leave it at that. It's its own exploration of some of those things.
I'll have to look into that one.
So then I think when we start thinking about how we move in that space, one, you can't stay neutral, and two, you can't unplug. And three, everything has significance. Nothing happens by accident. And in the book Persuasion by Robert Cialdini, he talks about how right off the bat, they start building a profile. The tech company started building profiles of who we are. They're a virtual replica of our soul, in essence. And it knows what our tastes are, what our favorite colors are. There's a TED Talk with one of the guys that founded Mozilla, talking about how his kid, he was tracking the trackers on his kid, watching all the cookies that she was leaving behind. And he was shocked. He said, it's one thing if Nike's coming in early on and saying, hey, help us understand what shoes you like, right? And they let them build shoes and pick out colors. He says she's also giving away information. She prefers pink over purple, right?
Right.
She prefers rubber over leather. She prefers, sparklies over pearlescent surfaces. And so at an early age, this information's being kind of built into this algorithmic version of who we are. Ostensibly, it's to help us navigate in that world faster. Robert Cialdini goes on to say, actually, it's to help persuade you into thinking about certain things. So once you know that little girl always likes purple, you start tailoring every website that you know she's going to come across so that it's always got purple in it for the rest of her life, right? He said they were doing some studies where hypothetically you're buying a mattress, and he said if you're less interested in comfort and you're more interested in you're frugal, they would tailor the website to give you the same information, but the background of it would be to give you the indication that you were buying, like the background pictures, the way it was structured, so you were buying the most you could for your money. If you were more interested in the luxury and the feel of it, of the way that it fits your body, same information, but it's tailored in a different way. And when it senses you're on the browser coming into it, it assumes. Now, they're not always going to get it right, but it assumes that if it's your browser that's coming in and they know that you have a passion for liking Rolex and Sinatra and, some of the finer things that you drive a Tesla, you like Apple products, then it will always shape to get inside your Udal Loop quicker than you are aware of.
Just by watching this podcast, nobody can probably tell that I'm a fan of the color black. But I'm a huge fan of the color black.
This is why you drive a purple Tesla.
Yeah, it's purple, yeah. And it's
Do we let out that you drive a Tesla? Is this public information?
It is now. It doesn't
Okay.
bother me.
It's a purple Tesla.
It's the wife's car.
You see his wife driving a purple Tesla.
I just got a mattress ad the other day
Yeah?
for a black mattress, and it looked awesome.
Really?
And just that all black rather than white. And I
yet,
screenshotted it, sent
Yep.
it to Laura, and I was like, even though it's going to be covered, why is this working on me so well where I want to go see what it's like to lay on it?
So they were inside your Udal Loop.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
It was insane. Like, and it's funny.
So what?
I was down in Florida hanging out with some friends, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. And we're sitting on this dock at night chatting, and one of these girls pulls out her phone and starts flipping through her phone after we were making a bunch of jokes about things being spooky. Mm-hmm. And it's middle of summer. Mm-hmm. And I haven't personally ever seen this before, but it happened on her phone. She all of a sudden sees a Facebook advertisement for spooky toilet paper. I was like, that's weird. And it's plain white toilet paper where they've attached the word that we just regurgitated several times into the caption, not on the image. It was like, whoa, that's got to be coincidence, but it's weird because it's white paper. And then she continues scrolling over the next 30, 40 minutes, just looking for more. She gets 2 or 3 more ads of spooky doorknobs. Like,
right.
Just there's other things with the word spooky. And again, I've never seen that. I don't know what kind of weird phone she had, but it was crazy seeing that target marketing just diving right into the moment. And I've seen that where I was mentioning to Laura once, hey, give me some Ray-Bans. I want to shoot this picture here, and it'd be good to have the Ray-Bans lined up in this because we're trying to sell some jewelry box. And I probably said Ray-Bans 7 or 8 times as we're talking about this. And then the next time I grab my phone, boom, sponsored ad, Ray-Bans Aviators. And, so it's, you see that, and I have all that shut off on social, but I know that deep in my phone, there's apps that I've had from 8 years ago where I've given them the listening rights that they then pass on to where you can have that target marketing thrown at you from stuff you're saying. And that's so creepy.
All right, so did we turn our phones off? We're going to start getting the word creepy in all of our stuff today. Creepy and spooky.
Creepy.
So I think one of the things that I've said to you about this is really where if I've got one thing that I hope now that we're an hour into this, people are really paying attention to, is that this overlaps into a fairly spiritual space. I'll finish that thought out. That we live in this modernist Western world where, we've walked on the moon, or at least we've faked it really well enough that we can't tell we haven't. We've split the atom, we've unlaced and relaced DNA. And so we have this idea that the world, everything that we see is molecular and solid and structured, And if we start thinking about a pre-modern worldview, we're like, oh, they were so dumb and full of superstition, and who could believe in any of that? Now, that's a largely Western European take on it, right? Lived in Ethiopia, lived in Papua New Guinea. You were only a few meters away from anyone being able to ever find a witch doctor for you. Like the veil between the natural and the supernatural outside of the West is really porous, if not thin, if not gossamer transparent.
Yeah.
Right? So this space that we live with, where this thing is there, and it's a virtual replica of our soul, and we are always aware that it's listening and it's hearing on. I think we've got to be honest, maps onto if we're going to leave it only in a materialist level, it maps onto neural pathways that are very primitive and go way back, in which we were always aware, don't anger the gods. Always make obeisance to the gods. If you let the gods know what you want, they'll make you flourish. If you are suffering, it's because the gods haven't been appeased in a certain way. There are words we won't say on here, knowing this is going on YouTube, because YouTube will kill it. The algorithm, AI is designed to go through and listen to our soundtrack, find those keywords, and if we don't bleep them out before this thing goes up, it throttles us.
Right.
The gods will not let us have as plenteous of a harvest, right? It's the same place.
That's
and
interesting.
When you see it in a developing culture that is more primitive, the way that I got to as a kid, coming from these people who went from the Stone Age literally to the silicon chip so quickly, it's apparent. And it's funny because I've gone back now and I've looked at how the internet has influenced Papua New Guinea, and I still know the language, and I'm always fascinated about how they've taken modern internet words and then like tried to form them into these ways of describing things that are otherwise, fairly profane and fairly like on the surface. There's no, I don't know how to describe that. It's a language that doesn't, it's not built for technology, and yet it's somehow bootstrapped these concepts onto it.
Yeah.
Ideas like registering something online would not have been a thing to even have a hard reference for living in a village, right? And yet everyone's got a cell phone out, in these farthest reaches of the planet, and so even from birth up now, people are being exposed to this artificial world that we live as if it's really there.
Have you seen that somewhere in the world? I don't remember where, but a village that's disconnected from everything now has the internet because of the Starlink,
right?
And where they thought it was going to be great and valuable, all the guys are addicted to porn.
Well, shocking. We are going to circle back to that one later, I hope, in our conversation. The other thing is that we can't turn it off.
Yeah.
Right. I remember you saying to Chris, I wanted to kind of walk away from it, and this really became a struggle for you. One of my kids at Christian summer camp realized that this was a thing that spiritually was placing some burdens on their life, and told my wife, I'm trying to step back from TikTok. I'm trying to not, and I thought fascinating, because when I went to church camp, like the things that I would have thought of were getting in the way of my spiritual development as a kid would not have, I've been like, I'm reading too many magazines, or I've got too many books, got too much information coming in, right? Mm-hmm. And while on the one hand we can't turn it off, at the same time it's deluged. It's everywhere you look. It's just there, and it's innocuous. I
don't understand how you can live without it at this point. And just like being in small business, that's always, I would have gotten off Facebook easily over a decade ago. And that's one of the first times I deleted off my phone for 3 months. And it was refreshing, and I felt like mentally better. I could think more clearly, and I would check it while I was at work twice a day. That's it. Like when I start and near the end of the day, I'd check it again. And I've done that a few times where I've taken it off and everything. But man, at the same time, when you're trying to do like even something like this, I got to have social. I've never had TikTok. I have a phone in the other room. It may be in here. It is here. And I changed the background to a Chinese flag, and then I wrote China phone on the screen. That is my old phone that I upload to TikTok on. So it's not coming from this phone.
Sure.
It's literally right here. So it's fun. I'll show it to you. I just realized it wasn't in the other room.
Then, so,
See?
yeah, there you go.
China phone.
Awesome, so that we know. So I remember one day at my email, it said, hey, thanks for signing up for TikTok. And, Auterson's a unique name. There's a lot of Autersons that live around Terre Haute, Indiana. And I thought, I didn't sign up for TikTok. So I went in and immediately said, if you didn't do this, so I immediately seized it. From the email side of it, I seized it. And the account was registered to somebody with a Terre Haute area code. And I realized what it was. Some teenager had tried to sign up for TikTok, and rather than using their own, I don't know what they thought they were doing, because they had to put their own phone number in it, but they didn't put their own email address in on it. So to this day, there is a TikTok account out there registered to me, and every time I ever tried to go in and move it to my phone number, it won't. And there's probably some frustrated, this was about 6 or 7 years ago, there's probably some frustrated kid in college who, tried to set this TikTok account up when she was a freshman and, can't get to it now. But yeah, if you're out there, I'm the dick that grabbed your account. You were probably angry for months. You could never, and I actually locked it out. I said, just don't ever let this phone number, the number that was there, don't ever, it's not a legit number. So she can't, I think it was a she. She can't access it at any level now, and it's just floating out there. But it's not registered in my name. It's some Emily or Brittany or Charity, some typically born in the 2000s name for a kid.
I've got one, or it was a Twitter that I had. The only
no, I thought there was anything wrong with you guys being born in the 2000s.
I think it's a Twitter handle that I had, my original one, that eventually got hacked, and it was like Marissa or something like that. All of a sudden, there's a photo of this girl. And then I could access the account at one point. I was able to change the password and get back into it. But then when I tried to change the photo, it's like this photo's been blocked like permanently as a fake account. And so then I was trying to, bring it back because it was my full name. And eventually I gave up on that and I just put on a burner profile forever. But up until the X days.
I sent you a link the other day and I said, play with this website. Did you actually play with it?
I don't remember. What was it?
It was inviting you to answer questions about whether you were a Democrat or not.
No. I did not do that one yet.
Okay. So for some reason, my second ex-wife was very, very the opposite, leaned quite heavily towards a Marxist worldview. So I still get stuff from the Democratic Party, always trying to raise funds. And this goes back to what Robert Cialdini is saying in his book Persuasion. The act of asking you to fill out a questionnaire starts to load you with things to think about, just to even do that. So people say, "Oh, I'm filling out these YouGov surveys." They're not asking you what they think. The questions are actually designed to tell you what to think.
Yeah.
And so the website I sent you, the first question is are you Democrat or Republican? It didn't matter what you answered. You got the next screen. Meaning if you said I'm a Democrat, it was the same screen on the next rollover as if you said I'm a Republican. And then it would say, do you think that Trump is guilty or not guilty? And if you said he's guilty, it took you to screen 3. If you said not guilty, it took you to screen 3. And the whole point was to walk you down through like this channel of, it didn't matter how you actually answered it. You got to the end and it said, we really need to save democracy. Could you please donate $5? If so, it's as simple as, and then, they preloaded for you PayPal, whatever your choice of how you were gonna. The entire process was to walk you to the end and say, we want your money. You'll have fun when you look at it.
Yeah,
later.
no, that's cool.
Because it didn't matter how you answered the question. The act of getting you. So here's where they were influencing you. The minute you said, I'm going to start engaging, they were already in your loop. The very act of clicking forward was taking you further and further into the process, so that the real ask was, why won't you give us $5 help save democracy.
Right.
Right. And then you've either got to go, I've just wasted 7 screens coming down through this thing. And then at some point I backed up and went, fascinating. Does it change or not? Because I suspected it didn't. And then I was like, oh, it doesn't matter. The whole thing is literally to get into your OODA loop of saying, I want to go to the next screen.
Right.
And then you're frustrated a bit when you get to that last one. You either say, no, I won't give, or, if you're not wanting to support the party in that way, you're like, I just wasted time. Guess what? They rented space in your head for 45 seconds, right? What else could you have been doing with that time? Should you have been doing at that time?
You could have been trying to decide whether the moon landing happened or not.
We're not going there.
So want to touch that one?
Nope.
9/11.
Let's talk about the fact that they use Hasselblads in space. That means that there's film. Let's go to that. One of the things that I remember putting on my list of things to talk about. You can't influence people without actually impacting physics in the real world. And the moon landing is a good one. I suspect that if you pulled the original negatives, you would find that there's a difference in the alignment of the photonic crystals in the film when there's gravity versus when there's no gravity. I hope someday someone puts it to rest by saying, actually, here's film footage from beyond the Van Allen belt, and we can tell you that the crystals in zero gravity lined up in this way, even if they lined up like the depth of how much light they reflected in terms of their reaction, versus when there's gravity, we can see that the crystals form this sort of pattern at another level. That would be a good way of us knowing that the physics have been influenced. The information has been influenced by physics one way or the other.
Yeah.
Right? And so when he was talking, I mentioned this to you the other day, when Chris was talking about, well, they took off and, they had to fly all the way around. They had terrorists on board and fly all the way around the world.
Right.
They'd had to do air-to-air refueling. Back then, it would have been easy. KC-135 or whatever they were refueling with launches out. It squawks that it's a Iran Air 747. No one knows the difference, right? And they would have been able to appropriately hide the strategic nature of that mission, and the physics wouldn't have correlated to the reality. It would have been a blip on a radar screen, and from everybody else's perspective, that was a 747 from Iran Air. You wouldn't even have had a database to go look it up against, because you'd had to go find reams of paper somewhere that would tell you what every Boeing airframe had ever been registered to, right? They could get away with the ruse. Now you can't, because there's a dash door, there's a doorbell or a dash cam somewhere that saw the KC-135 take off, immediately sync the data up and know that started squawking a number on FlightAware that it's not its own. And then you got a bunch of kids on Twitter, telling you where it's going and when it's going and how it's going. And,
right.
Reddit threads going, wonder what they're really doing out there. You can't get away with it like you used to be. You can't just flip the numbers and make it mean something else on the screen like you could have in the old days.
Yeah, it's crazy thinking of detectives that are hungry enough what they're going to find and discover from
Sure.
cameras, and how much of a person's path you can
re-
follow through
rebuild.
all that. It's insane.
My one ex-wife had been roommates with Aaron Schwartz, the hacker at MIT, and it ended up really tragically committing suicide over that. I think he had these very idealistic ways that he tried to find meaning in doing that. It took him sideways. One of the people involved with that sat in my living room, fairly well-known individual, fairly well published, and we got to talking a little bit about the fieldcraft that they had learned to use to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that they had figured out was an FBI surveillance team isn't going to be on you all the time, and they just can't afford to, back to the physics of it.
Right. So you're now at different tiers of surveillance.
So what they would do is they would make sure that they used a specific phone all the time that they had registered for that sort of stuff.
Right.
And then they'd walk into I mean, this is straight out of, she said we learned to do this stuff after the wall came down and all these FSB and KGB guys needed work. And so we started paying them to teach us fieldcraft.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would go into like a Starbucks and say, hey, I found this phone. And you put lost and found. And then they'd walk out the back door.
Lose
Scrubbed.
the digital signature.
The digital signature stops there.
Yep.
And then they go back the next day and say, hey, I lost my phone here yesterday. I can open, it's that one. I
Yep.
can open it up for you.
Yep.
And then they walk out. And as far as the surveillance went, the phone stopped there.
Yep.
The physics broke off the signal. So let's pour up a little bit of bourbon before we get into anything deeper.
Sure.
How's that sound?
What'd you bring us?
I brought some Jefferson's Oceans. When Fort Bragg was still Fort Bragg, the place to go to in Vietnam for boozing, if you're ever down there, is a place called Anstead's. It's a cigar bar with a drinking club on it. And I learned to drink Oceans there. Out of Jefferson's lineup, what they do is they cask it, as I understand it, into oak barrels, and then they put it on the deck of a freighter, and then it goes all the way around the world, and it goes through all 7 oceans. And the combined motion of the boat rocking and the salt air gives each batch its own unique flavor. So
That's pretty amazing. I had a friend who bought a bottle for a friend, and I think he was so intrigued after that he
Bring
bought
your
a
glass?
bottle himself. Let me knock down some of that water.
knock down some of the water, sip it off.
I like a little bit with it, so I'll leave some of it.
So yeah, when we start talking about that overlap between the physics and to our friendship, buddy.
Yeah.
When we start talking about the physics of that, just being in it, it's an ecosystem that gives away our presence. The minute you turn your phone on, there's all sorts of data being collected about where you are in your house, where you are. Like they know you're. I've heard Tim Pool say they know when you're taking a crap when you're going to the bathroom, because they'll know what you're going to start looking at because you've got a routine every day in that 2-minute slot. That, he's checking emails, or they can start deriving data points from you from that point on. And where this and I want to circle back to what you were saying earlier, where this becomes a real concern for me that I know no one's talking about is the fact that based on the stats alone, the one area of the internet that we are in the most, we don't ever talk about. And I realize that the Udal Loop itself, the Udal Loop influence has probably pushed our culture this way. Where we are most vulnerable are in these places we keep hidden. And for the bulk of the male population, that's in Pornhub.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Or a Pornhub adjacent space. And this is where I mentioned earlier, some of my Christian friends who are going to be watching this go, what? We're talking about this? Wow. The stats are, and I find it fascinating that they're asking about the stats on churches. 57 to 63% of men in church in the evangelical world admit somehow they're enmeshed with it. I find that fascinating for why they took their study group, because that's not out there for like men that are plumbers, or we don't know how many. Well, we just 100% all plumbers are probably looking at porn. No, you're not. They're not doing that for, say, insurance salesmen. They're not doing that for any other group, but they're tracking those numbers specifically because you've got these individuals who distinctively define themselves as typically conservative, family-oriented, value-seeking, right? And I remember saying to you one time, if I really wanted to influence our culture at large and I wanted to push it hard, the place I would actually do it would be to manipulate that part of the information ecosphere.
Mm. And Pornhub.
Huh? That whole area, right? Because obviously a certain amount of male attention is going there. And if we go back to the example I used earlier, if you're just tying up the Udal Loop to tie it up, right, then you can do other things around it.
Right.
So it may be that the stuff that they would inundate into that, whoever they is, inundate into that space would be triggering in a different way, but it's going to keep you from voting a certain way, might keep you from looking.
Can you give an example of how you would how you would influence something in that? Would that be in actual video and the storyline, or what?
No, I don't think it's got to be that sophisticated. I think just buying ads.
Just doing ad space.
Just doing ad space.
That's interesting.
You know, so Ashley, think about Ashley Madison, right? So as we're filming this, the Ashley Madison on Netflix, it's a 3-part documentary. It's been out. What was their tagline? You know, life's too short.
First off, was a dating site where people who could keep things quiet and private. And
it was a dating site for people who were married who wanted to cheat, not to wife swap, but to actually cheat on their spouses. I don't think it's anything at all. Probably in that. Here's where it gets sticky. You and I were joking about this at one point. We talked about times. Even if we admitted we know who Riley Reid was, we'd have to say we know who Riley Reid is because she's been platformed by some of the guys in the intellectual dark web.
Yeah.
I would bet the average man recognizes and yet can never admit openly the faces of some of the most prolific porn producers in the business.
Mm-hmm.
And they could be selling face cream or, I don't know, Teslas. And they could never say to their spouse, oh, yeah, I know who that is. Right?
Yeah.
And so if they're in that space already, right, where they know, either they know the genres that are available of what you can partake in that space, just the fact that there will be ads in there at all becomes a place you can use the ad to push. And the ad can push anything, right? They're not always, the ads aren't always related to things that are dark. Like, so if I were Pfizer, why not put a ad for a that probably is now that I think about it, but
God,
it's
surely
for the blue pill
videos.
Huh?
Hey baby, you here for your vaccine?
There you go. Why not?
And to go to the other side too. I'm clean. I'm unvaccinated.
I'm
You wanna make a
unvaccinated.
baby?
Yeah, right. Maybe if you're a producer of that stuff, maybe you're onto a new one.
I think
get away from the dad-daughter stuff and get into the vaccinated, unvaccinated. Yeah.
You didn't know it yet, but I only brought you here so we could form this plan. So
Is that
we're
what
now
it
gonna
is?
Start
Is that
shooting
what it is?
porn, and we're going to sell to the right and the left.
Yeah.
And do scripted videos, pushing narratives.
The thing that I would say, for example, why the evangelical world embraced Trump, even though by all standards, like, he doesn't fit, right? It has to be at some level that they have been desensitized to that kind of talk.
You know, that brings up a point I've chatted with a few friends about here lately is I completely lost my train of thought on that one.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good. What did you just say on the Trump thing?
I said the fact that that they overlooked Trump, and Trump is not qualified by any standards to be a leader in a church, much less the leader of the country.
Right.
And they were like, well, but he's the only one who can win, right? I am not judging in the next thing I say. I'm stating a fact. Donald Trump Jr. looks to be aligned to be a predecessor to the Udal Loop system that is Trump, right?
He's endlessly campaigning, isn't he?
Correct. And yet does not take on, in a traditional sense, his partner as a wife. And it'll be a test for me I'm looking forward, like the anthropologist in me is looking forward to seeing how evangelicals absorb that. Right? Are we going to be able to shift it? So, hey, Don Jr., if you catch this, marry her. If you guys are married, then come out and just like be open about it. Because it would alleviate some of the heartburn of the evangelicals who actually may be thinking now, I jumped too soon last time and voted without thinking it through, like what I was saying about family values and who I wanted to represent me. And
Yeah.
you know, and Trump just rolled through it. Hey, I'm a playboy. I'm not going to apologize for it. Okay.
Gosh, yeah, I'm a huge fan of the don't apologize.
Right.
And with all those scenarios. And I feel like the ones who win the most and kill off the BS are the ones who don't apologize and state why they had their stance and carry on.
I think, and so back to, it's either Cialdini or at Scott Adams' book, he says you can actually just say because. You don't have to have a reason. The minute the brain hears because, we actually just sort of like shut it off.
No. I never finished this book, and I always intend on going back. But you turned me on to a book that was interesting with marketing, information, disinformation. It was Win Bigly.
Yeah, Scott Adams' book, Win Bigly.
Yeah, constantly focusing on the Trump campaign and how genius that was, and him going on SNL,
Right.
where he's in the Oval Office,
Right.
being seen visually as the president. So Hillary goes in and does SNL as well, where she's portrayed behind jail bars, and how dumb that was of her.
Right.
And just seeing those two visual differences. One, you got to see him as president. One, you got to see her behind bars. That kind of makes you, even if you're a fan, there's a nice little message there that's an undertone that clearly her campaign did not think through very well.
I don't think either. So here's where I sometimes suspect, and I don't know, but I suspect that one side of this just assumes they've got so much brute force it won't matter.
Right.
And back to the physics, right? At a point when the physics don't match up with the fake reality. So if I could go back to the, I love the narrative of Bible stories. It's when Moses stands off with Pharaoh and he throws his staff down and he turns it into a serpent. And then they're like, oh, we can do that too, right? And so his wizards come out and they throw their sticks down. And then Moses' snake eats the other snakes. And then, back to the Cecil B. DeMille's movie, it comes back in his hand and they're staffless, right? There's this point where the physics don't match up with the deception and then you can't follow through.
Yeah.
I saw it within 3 days of, I was in the Washington, D.C. area when the whole COVID thing started. And I got home, I'm flying into town, I grabbed my car at the airport, and I remember walking into a gas station and a space that had been, because I didn't know what it was like in the Ozarks yet, was still new and information was still scattered and, it was chaos. And there was I think it was in a come and go, and like the space that would have been given to liquor normally was just like, 3 foot by 6 foot. There was now it was like 3 foot wide by 12 foot, and there was all this booze there. And I went, this isn't real. Not that the actual epidemic wasn't real. What I remember thinking is, even if it is, we're now being manipulated. The physics aren't matching up to the information.
Right.
They've closed down the bars, but they don't want everybody going into withdrawals. So the one place that it's socially acceptable, they're tripling down on how much booze they can sell.
Yep. And the numbers were wild on that too.
And the numbers were wild. And I remember watching people in Walmart arguing about going against the arrows in the right way. And I was thinking, this is a virus. It doesn't follow directions if it's legit. Right? And so there was this low-key way in which I never really accepted that what we were being told is true. And so I think on the other side of it now is there's this whole stack of, if you're on one side of it, January 6th was the worst thing that ever happened, right? The pandemic was an absolute attempt to destroy civilization. If you disagree with our take, you are trying to bring us from the heights of, Star Trek levels attempts at doing democracy to, dragging us back to the medieval era where, we're going to Handmaid's Tale all the women in our culture. Right? That's one side. They really think that's true. right? The other side of it has their own set of mythologies that I'm aware of because I tend to be bent that way. I'm shaped by, and I'm sure that the algorithm, big algorithm with an A, feeds for me too. My wife recently said, I want you to stop listening to Tim Pool, or at least stop listening to Tim Pool in front of me. I can't tell the difference between him and Alex Jones. She didn't mean content. She meant the shrillness of it. And I thought, oh yeah, if I was just listening to Tim Pool talk, there's these moments where he goes into these rants that are, they're to juice you up and get you angry the way that Alex Jones did.
Yeah.
Right? That's still in your Udal Loop. If what you're feeling are these uncontrolled emotions and anxieties about things that they're unbidden, that you wouldn't have given space to if you hadn't turned the tap on to take them in, it's renting space in your head. You're giving up this part of who you are spiritually to that thing, right? So for me as a Christian then, I have to recognize that the first commandment, and it seems really weird, is don't have another God in front of me, right? We focus on the last 4 or 5, typically. Honor authority, in terms of your parents. Don't steal, don't lie, don't commit adultery, don't murder, take a day of rest, and then don't covet that which isn't yours, right? Why are these first 2 structured the way they are? There's something about who we are. If we move past the idea that we are just physical material reality, that we are a creature that's made to exist in some form of the eternal and the finite at the same time, then yeah, there's this war for our attention that Yahweh tells those early Israelites, hey, don't do this. Don't take your attention away from me as the proper source of everything that you have. Because the end result of it is you start to covet. And it goes all the way back to the Genesis 3 garden conversation. They have everything they need. There's nothing that's outside of what they need in this space between heaven and earth that's not the wilds, that's chaotic, that's outside, that man has to tame, that Adam has to go out and tame. Inside this place, it's peaceful, it's ordered, everything is there. There's nothing they need. And the first question is, would you like something you don't have yet? It's the sin of covetousness at its core. And it begins there, and then it comes back out. And I remember one theologian, I think his name is, I think it's out of one of Francis Schaeffer's books. He says, you can't break any of the other 9 commandments unless you covet first. So when we start talking about this place that the algorithm holds and that we bring into ourselves and that we can't escape it and that it's pervasive in every area of our environment, I come back to the first commandment. At some level, there's this thing that's always competing for my attention that makes me feel less than human, right? And I think when you really begin to grapple with that, you start going, anybody else who isn't grappling with it, the zombie process is taken over. The more that we engage with it, the more dehumanized we are, because we're offloading ownership and responsibility for our spiritual Udal Loop to this thing. It's always competing for us. It's subtle, and we don't even know it. You never imagined you could buy 400 count Egyptian cotton black sheets ever in your wildest dreams. And now you got to have them.
Yeah. Right?
But I appreciate you're vulnerable. We didn't talk about that until you came up. It was off the cuff. But I appreciate being vulnerable about it. It's there.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
It's always there.
I think the other thing that we start thinking about is the idea of, I would know it if I saw it, or I'm immune to it, or I can't be manipulated. And that just simply isn't true.
I'm not successful until I can wear a Rolex GMT2 Pepsi.
Really? Okay.
No, but you know what I mean. It's
right.
like
No.
That's what that book told me.
Absolutely.
I'm supposed to have that.
I've gone to Sam's to buy glasses before, and as a photographer, I can buy Nikon coated lenses. Well, why wouldn't I? Have I ever looked to say, what's the difference between the Nikon brand coating and any place else that would not have the Nikon brand but be coated? It's the same stinking chemicals. I don't think the company that's probably coating the lenses for Nikon special. It's probably the same company, and then they send these to Nikon, and Nikon tacks up the price.
Right. And then Tamron and others come in
Right.
at a much more agreeable price.
But when I say lenses, I mean like eyeglass
Oh,
lenses. Like optical lenses. They got to be Nikon coated, right? I find interesting how Nikon sees themselves as a branding company. Canon would never do that. Sony might, but Canon wouldn't. I've never seen Canon products outside of as an attempt to sell you something. Where somehow Nikon has transcended as a meme, a marketing meme, in a good way. I don't begrudge that. That is what it is.
It's wild seeing where Sony's at in that market now, because like 5 years ago, I just started noticing all the YouTubers and everything are all pretty much switching to Sony, whereas in my lifetime is, are you Canon or Nikon?
Right.
You know?
Well, and then if you were Nikon for a long time, you were shooting Sony because the guts of a Nikon came out of Sony's chipset.
That's wild. I didn't know that.
Yep. Early on, if you remember, the files came out. How were they? If it was a Canon, the file sequence was one way, and if it was a Sony, it was like DCC. And if you looked at an icon, it was also like DCC. So it would be like, DCC-0102,
right.
right? And that was because they were using the same root machine language, the same root processors.
Yep.
So,
circling back on politics and information disinformation, something that I've really found fascinating is you have your strong right people who are set in their ways, who don't want to change and won't accept the movement that's invasive on free speech. But what's fascinating to me is while you'll hear people from that angle say that they're not going to change, they won't conform, they won't comply, blah, 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 we find that we're not using certain words in public anymore. We're not going around and saying faggot. We're not saying homos. Like these different terms, like I'm just picking on gays with that one. But there's a lot of these different terms that we used and threw out like it was nothing. And these, I think it's interesting because I like to point out to those people, but you have, because you stopped saying those things in public, And I think that's interesting. As much as they're not changing and they're wanting to stay in their ways, they are editing their speech. They aren't wearing that shirt that might be sensitive to Becky on Casual Friday.
the flip to that is that they're wearing shirts that would be more offensive to Becky on Casual Friday.
There's that too.
Right?
There's that too. Damn it, Becky.
I'm a free speech absolutist, and again, this goes back to my Christianity. When John opens up, he says, if we understand who God is the Word, the Logos, right? And so there is a way in which I see when you try to suppress free speech, you're ultimately trying to deny someone of the part of them that's an image bearer of who God is.
Yeah.
God lets us say no to him, even if we're doing a backflip off the diving board in a lake of fire, giving him the middle finger. God does not suppress our free speech out of a desire to really love and want a relationship. I believe that to the depths of my being. And so while I don't enjoy listening to Marxist rhetoric, I let him talk. I mean, Rush Limbaugh used to say, keep as many communists around as you can to remember why it's a bad idea, right? The other side of that is that we on the right aren't getting, on the conservative side, I don't even want to say that. I'm firmly planted on the right just by virtue of my upbringing and where I sit in history. And I realize that that's relative. To me, it's just some common sense things. And I think that people who we would have considered to the left are moving to the right more and more and being called all right. Like,
you have Bill Maher who's being called that.
Absolutely.
Whereas Bill Maher saying, no, you guys are just going off on the deep end, and
the
I've never changed.
Right.
But it's wild how a 90s Clinton-era Democrat looks like a right-winger now.
Looks like a right-winger, right? So on the other side of that, we aren't being creative, appropriately creative in how we're engaging with this. I was talking to my brother. There's a large contingent. I'm going to give you the most absurd example of this that I could give you. There's this contingent of evangelicals, probably mostly Baptists, that are heading en masse to Paris for the Summer Olympics. And they feel like they are on the cutting edge of technology because they have got some sort of gospel track that is a QR code and then like the main 20 or 30 languages on the planet that says, click on this QR code to learn more about Jesus, right? And so in theory, you click on it, the QR code lines you up against where your phone's coming from, and then it takes you to a website that presents the gospel to you. Man, we are right on only the Apostle Paul would have had this when he was, walking through Ephesus back in the first century, right? I'm kind of, on one side, I'm fascinated that they were that creative, but they weren't like, that they're really grappling with the technology in these ways, that they're trying to get into it. What's actually going to happen, right? So the technology portion's there, but the human interaction of how to get in their Udal Loop is not. So most likely what's going to happen is they're going to spend all this money, they're going to go out and they're going to hand out, let's say it's 1 million of these. All they're going to do is overload the physics of the French trash removal process, because people are just going to throw them away. At the end of the day, you can't make it double function as toilet paper, so it's not even valuable for that. All right, so if you're listening and I say this next thing, it's going to be absolutely offensive. If you really wanted to get into their Udal Loops, you would have put the QR code on condoms. And as fundamentalists, you would hand out 5 million condoms at the Olympic Games in Paris.
Have you seen the $100 bills marketing?
I hate them. I hate them. I know. Or 20s, whatever. Right? Yeah, and it folds up and it goes, oh, sorry to disappoint you, but Jesus won't. Yeah. No. All I'm doing now is shutting you out because you've disrupted my Udal Loop in a way that it's not funny, right?
Sidewalk preachers.
How do I feel about them?
Yeah,
they're their own
the party
thing.
ends in hell, I believe, is the sign that we've seen famously here.
Yeah.
And women married a divorced woman as adultery.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does anyone ever talk to him and get into his? Is he still around?
I know of a guy. I'm not sure because I don't really go down there anymore. But Caleb Masterson.
We need to probably explain to our viewers from Buena Vista who we're talking about and why.
Okay, so yeah,
downtown
where's the bar drinking college kid scene and everything, where there's the rustle and bustle. Every weekend there's a group of guys who dress a little bit in the vein of like Mennonites, like
they're very conservative.
And they hold up signs to all the party goers. But Caleb Masterson, which is interesting because I ought to bring him on just to talk about this alone. He's a doctor now, highly educated, huge, knows his scripture very, very well. And he challenged him and was blown away at how much more that guy could talk over him in a debate.
Absolutely.
He knew it all.
And so what I do know, I've engaged with him once, is that when you cut through the surface and you stop trying to deal with him there. So I will say this, that actually there was a dark part of me a minute ago that said, not unlike my thought on keep a few communists around so you know why you don't want them, you should keep the street preachers around for the same reason. It's the same space. It's a structured system of talking to you in memes and they're trying to convince you of these ideas by building one on top of another, and they're trying to do it in a confrontational way, and they're trying to do it quickly. And it's at a deeper level, it serves an emotional need. And I think the one time I've ever had any lengthy conversation, dude's heart's broken. Like, the world just rolled him, and the trauma of it has come out sideways in this way, where what rents space in his head is this genuine thought that the world's going to go to hell if he doesn't stop it. And in fact, he might be going to hell with it because he could stop it before. There's some much deeper things happening in there that it's like the kid who goes off to college and sees some injustice and then goes, oh, well then, it must be Israel versus Palestine. Right? So on the F function side for me as an ENFP, I understand why we're joking about it, but it also reveals, and I think Megan Phelps' interview with Joe Rogan's, if you've not seen it, grab a hold of it, because she grew up out there with the Westboro Baptist folks and then did a complete 180.
Oh, interesting.
And then, right? I ran across, I've quoted her several times in my
Westboro Baptist Church. I'm going to get this thing restricted to saying this, but that's the one God hates fags sign, right?
We just bleep it
All
out.
those big ones.
Just bleep it out and post.
I'm good. Right now, I don't care.
I don't want, no, I want to pay obeisance. I want to pay obeisance to the false gods of YouTube. I want you to be successful. I either want us to say something that's so controversial that it goes viral.
As a tech atheist who doesn't believe in the tech gods, while a Christian in reality, I refuse. But it was the same thing with Mickey. Mickey mentioned stuff about how you got to carefully word things, like referencing someone offing themselves, which you already used the S word in this podcast.
I did.
And that alone, yeah, because you referenced someone taking their own life earlier. All these different things that are now creating restrictions. It's like you can't cuss within the first 30 seconds, and you shouldn't within the first 2 minutes. That'll automatically get you cut back.
I do like what the guys over at the Daily Wire are doing, and then they just, like in post, they either put an opposite word in, which is more subversive, right? Because then you start associating like library card with library card. So,
yep.
Ironically, you know who used to do this the most?
What, the big politicians when they requested 50 trumpets at the pool party?
I don't know the reference,
Okay.
but gay culture was really good at this. Yeah. Like subversively, when it was actually oppressed and not inverted into the dominant narrative as it is now. There were these ways in which it was always subversively saying things that had double and triple meanings. Mm-hmm. And then you knew that if someone said that, on Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, if someone said something, they meant something else.
Right.
And that ended up renting space like deeper in your Udal Loop, because you had to do the act of interpolating it and then thinking it through.
This reminds me of hanging out with an Australian friend who said, want to hit the frog? It's like, hit the frog? Yeah, hit the frog. What does that mean? He's like, hit the road. Road rhymes with toad. Toad, frog. I'm like, no, dude. That's too deep. But there's several from there where it's like, no, so that's way too much that I got to program into my head to get to that.
When I was at Missouri State, because I spoke the language from New Guinea, I would get asked to come into the English as a second language classes and talk about that language, because it's borrowed so many words from so many different places. And one of them that I always would like to talk about, and it's the same thing, is the word caribou, which is no context whatsoever for the South Pacific at all. But if someone said the caribou's coming, and like you're waiting for a herd of whatever, it means any cargo plane, because the Australian Air Force flew foreign aid into New Guinea over and over again into Havilland caribous. And so caribou now just means a large cargo plane.
Wow.
Right? And they've absorbed it into their language, but it's the same way. Road rhymes with toad, so hit the frog. What? A
friend of mine in high school, Zach Eyrig, he was in German. I didn't do any of the German classes, but he would say this Naturwissenschaften, which means natural sciences. And he just thought it sounded fun. It was like the most German-sounding words that he could throw out there, and he'd just shout it. And so it stuck with me. And a few years later, I'm living in LA, and you hear people speaking German out there every now and then. So I'd be at a shopping mall, and on the escalator, people speaking German. I wait till I get away and then just shout, Naturwissenschaften! And it was always fun because you're hearing gibberish, and someone goes, natural sciences! And it was just so stupid as a prank, but it was fun to
everybody
Watch the
stops to look
Germans.
around.
And they always look so proper, the way they're just kind of like quietly keeping to themselves, but looking around and seeing.
And they're so proper. And then because in theory Germans don't have a sense of humor,
Yeah.
they wouldn't find it funny either.
No, they just looked around. I never saw one laugh ever.
Ever?
Maybe it's because I'm also not funny at all by doing that, but for me it worked.
So,
Another segue here for that. This one's an accident. So you say, if you're introducing yourself, I am Kyle, it'd be Ich bin Kyle.
right.
I'm on our senior trip from high school, and we're in D.C., and I've never spoken to the girl who's a foreign exchange student from Germany. I decide to approach her in the dark near the Martin Luther King area. I can't think of what all's there, but it's dark, a lot of floral stuff and everything. At night, it's dark. And I walk up to her in this dark area and say, Ich bin Kyle. And she goes, what? Backs up, gets all weird. And I'm like, I tried to say, I am Kyle. Like, what did I say? And she's freaking out. Finally, okay, we're good. We're safe. But she wouldn't tell me. And I keep pushing her. What did you think I said? She's like, I thought you said guile. I was like, which means? She says, it means happy. I was happy. I was like, happy horny? And she's like,
Yeah.
So I just walk up to this girl in the dark, never spoke with her. I'm horny.
No, not a thing that you, especially to a German girl.
Yep. And I had spiky blonde hair at the time, so her and the girl from China called me, I think, Guile the pineapple. Meaning Kyle the happy pineapple or something like that.
That's hilarious. I think the other thing that we have to be aware of is that even if we actually think a thing, then it can be weaponized without us thinking the opposite,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So when I said earlier, people will go, "Well, I don't think I could be manipulated, or I'd know the difference." In reality, it could be that our adversaries are pushing certain things in ways that they're controlling the algorithm,
Yeah.
precisely to foment more feelings of discontent, or more feelings of hate, or more feelings
To further divide.
to further divide.
I think you're seeing that probably with Russian influence, Chinese influence, and for whatever reason, I feel like U.S. government influence as well. I think the U.S. government influence is ultimately keeping people choose a side. We're so into this, you have to pick a side in arguments for all kinds of things. Why did this whole virus thing get weaponized in that way, where it was a war between left and right? Like, that's crazy how that became a left and right issue. And everything's turned into a left and right issue, which I think, again, the U.S. influence is to keep us bickering at each other instead of joining and turning and looking up at the powers that be who are creating all this and wonder, wait, why? Yes, and I think that's the game. There is no left versus right, and probably 70-80% of us are all moderate enough. We'd get along and find a happy land right here. But just, you even see it from posts, especially you got Fox and CNN fighting each other. And the thing that disgusts me the most, and I'm not really seeing this anymore, it's probably because I don't follow either of those pages anymore. Like I used to follow them and everything here and there, trying to follow and gather data from everywhere. And I don't really even include them anymore because they don't matter to me. But to see, can you believe the left thinks this about
right.
you? And the right, can you believe?
Sure.
The right is saying this about it's so gross.
I think if we go back to the old days, the Walter Cronkite days, let's go. Clearly, there was misinformation happening around the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Right. Without being able to beta test and have a virtual copy of your soul, they had to just sort of like broadcast out, like shooting a shotgun kind of randomly
Right.
out, and hope it stuck. Okay. What we have now we'll back up this other part of it. It was always to sell mattresses. It just was. Like, it was paid for by as a marketing tool. You were either buying a Chrysler, or you were buying a Play-Doh, or like you had these commercials that came on, and they were pushing the product to you through the thing. That's how they paid for the entertainment. And yeah, you were only down to like 3 or 4 channels. Fox came along and maybe made that 5. Yeah, I made it 5. But the end of the day, entertainment and the information, like the news information space, has always been there to capitalize the sale of products. When you look at the way it's driven now, and we're doing it over YouTube, we're doing it over the podcast space, we're doing it over these non-traditional media forms. It's still to generate revenue, because the page, once it comes up, has advertisements on it. So we'll go back to YouTube for a second, right? Everyone will say you should like, subscribe, comment, so that the algorithm can control this. Here's a way to get around that. And if no one wants to hear this at all, you buy a YouTube subscription. Because once you become a customer, in the first scenario, you're not a customer, you're the thing that's the product.
Right.
Right? When you reverse it and say, I'll pay the extra $15 a month to subscribe to YouTube, which I do for a couple of reasons.
Same.
The big one is it cuts out the control of the algorithm on me.
Yep.
They are now contractually obligated to me to provide a certain amount of content and not gate what I see. I've never been I've got a Twitter account, but I've never been a real Twitter guy.
You believe they do, or you?
No,
know
I'm sure
that
they do. As long as we're in a passive
on throttling. Do you think they throttle
Absolutely.
their actual push and let you just freely watch what you want once you pay for the subscription?
I do. Yeah, I think once because
I hadn't thought of that.
They have to, right? They can't say we're only gonna. Now they'll suggest things for me.
That's what I'm getting at.
So the algorithm still suggests what I should see.
Right.
But I don't have stuff disappear. Like I'll have friends go, I was watching so and so, and I haven't seen any. Scott Adams is a good one. One of my friends said, I've not been getting Scott Adams in my feed for a while. Right? And I was like, well, he put up three posts yesterday. He's still pissed at the Chinese for killing his stepson with fentanyl. And then I went, in my head, oh, I wonder if the Chinese are trying to throttle his bandwidth. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That would be my guess.
I feel like there's still some of that because Mickey, my last guest, Inferior Rifles, I haven't seen anything coming up for him through his YouTube for like 8-9 months. And then before I had him on, I started looking at his stuff, and he's been posting, but I haven't been getting that. I also
do
probably
you subscribe?
Yeah, I do, and I probably subscribe to around 160 different things. But,
so you're just not. Even there, it may not be. It's knowing your preferences. So I'll bet you, if you start pushing Mickey for about 3 or 4 days, you'll trick train the algorithm into putting it to the top.
Oh, for
of your
sure,
feed.
and it'll come right back. I've definitely seen that. Another thing I learned about Instagram influence is if you want somebody to see your content, send them a DM that they'll reply to. So if I want you to start seeing my posts, I'll send you a DM. Say, hey, Loyal, have you seen this video? Where you'll interact and be like, oh, yeah, that's funny because we talked about blah, 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 blah. And once we've both commented back, you'll see my post.
So if you think about it, the algorithm there is realizing both of these two people's inner OODA loops are synced up on the orient level. Right. And then it puts energy, it stops being dormant and it starts putting energy into saying, okay. And if Loyal likes this thing he got from Kyle, then maybe he'll like these other things, and then it starts.
Well, and you'll see that too, where smaller Instagrammers, influencing maybe 10, 15, 20,000 people, maybe enough from that, they'll try to DM and engage with people because then they know that their content's going to get shoved down that person's throat once they engage in a conversation. It'll taper off, but whatever you're posting the next 3 days, they're going to see all of it.
When you and I had that 5-hour conversation last year, I remember telling you a story, and I want to circle back to the idea that the information, you did ask me the other day to tell the story, and I wasn't sure if you were going to bring it up, probably would, but now's a good place to segue to it. In the early days of the Ukraine war, there's this story out there that floats, I'm sure it's an urban legend, where operatives were going in and they were creating dating profiles on Russian dating apps. And the pattern was always the same. We'd have like 12 to 15 pictures, same girl, but the narrative was always the same. I'm a good Orthodox Russian girl. I I just got out of an abusive relationship with some knuckle dragging thug of a brute. I don't want to be trapped in here. I want to come home to Mother Russia, and I want to come home to the Holy Orthodox Church of Russia, and I want to. There's real strong religious overtones to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just need a good, clean cut Ivan of a guy to come, come rescue me.
Yep.
Right. So they'd start interacting with each other. Now, on the back end, it was a team of like 5 or 6 probably dudes,
Mm-hmm.
right? And Andrew Tate said he did this stuff, right? He would go in. Circle back on this one later. I've been privy to how some of that world works. Not in the military. I've done some consultancy for some girls that were doing a pay to play conversations with guys. So I see the vulnerabilities. Well, allegedly, as the story goes, they'd start DMing these guys, and then they would switch to their real phone numbers. And once they had their real phone numbers, then they were texting straight in. They knew where they were. Then they were linking this up against known strategic assets the Russians had on their side, and then they would send a signal down the line, the guy on the line, and I would suspect if the technology came from someplace, it probably came from Israel. But they'd get the guy on the line, and then they would send a drone strike down the line to his phone.
And this is after they restricted cell phones for low-level guys,
Nope.
right?
This was before. This was before. Okay. Well, so what do? You got a bunch of enlisted guys, and they're being dumb, talking to the enemy, and they're violating all the OPSEC PowerPoints that you've made them endure. Well, you do what anybody does. You have the first sergeants go out and gather up all the phones, which they did, right? All secured them. I don't know if they destroyed them, put them in the bottom of a pond. I don't really care what they did. They took them out of play.
I heard underwater references, so.
Okay? They took them out of play. What that then did was it meant that if you saw anybody with a cell phone that was coming from a Russian-oriented platform,
Mm-hmm.
you knew it had to be someone who was an officer or a high-ranking NCO that saw themselves as above the rules.
Yep.
Right? So let's talk about Udal Loop management. The initial thing is not what they're trying to do. They're really not trying to hit strategic targets like where there's fuel depots or whatever. The whole move was to create a secondary and third order effect that would isolate the backscatter of all the noise of all the cell phones that came from a Russian background so that they knew, oh, now that there's only 200 instead of 1,200, these are only belonging to the high-level assets. Then they could start figuring out, when are these calls making calls back to Moscow? When are these calls? And then they were like, okay, let's assume that all these generals have mistresses on the side. We can start tracking when they're making their calls and to who and where. And then they isolated out who was a certain, like on a order of merit list, who they would target and who they wouldn't, a targeting list. And that was allegedly how they were able to take out 11 generals in the first 60 days of the war.
That's so wild.
Right? So when I start saying that we ought to take this stuff seriously, like the push may be that they're just wanting us to react and say, well, if that's the case, we'll stop using Twitter. Or if that's the case, we as conservatives, we will stop doing X or Y or Z. Because you get enough people doing that and the algorithm starts to move in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And the algorithm can bite you. I mean, the algorithm is designed to get activity. It's not necessarily controlled by people sitting in a room somewhere, right? And I think where I saw that, the Ashley Madison stuff is a good example of that, right? At some point when you watch the documentary, they ran out of women. And so they had to create bots to fill in the blanks. Or they had to pay their own employees to fake that they were women having these conversations, right? And because it was a pay-to-play scenario, I did some consulting for a girl. She goes to a Bible college in Springfield, and she was like, I can't ever admit this, but I'm making money by having guys pay to talk to me. I think it was, I don't know, it was like 20, it was like say 20, 25 cents maybe per text. So every time she replied to a text, she got 25 cents from them, right? And she said, inevitably they come on and they just kind of want to assault me with a picture of their waterworks, or they want me to have some sort of a sexting kind of thing.
Right.
She said, my goal, no, it was 32 cents. Because she said, my goal is to get at least 3 interchanges and then I've made $1. Mm-hmm. And if I can have 3 interchanges in a minute, I've made $1 a minute. I can't make this a minimum wage. I can't believe that I'm sitting here aiding and abetting the corruption of this, Bible college student. But anyway, I was like, all right, what you're really asking is how do you drag some of these things on? She goes, yeah, I am. So I started doing a little bit of coaching with some Udal Loop management. Mm-hmm. And what fascinated me was once she got a guy talking, like the things they would say, my wife knows that I do this and she's not happy about it, but I'm not here to break up your marriage, but apparently your wife doesn't really appreciate you, and the guy would just start talking, and then a lot of it was he would say a thing, send it, and then she goes, then we're out of Chris Voss's book, Never Split the Difference. I said, just repeat the last 4 or 5 words I said, and so she didn't actually have to engage them. They'd say like, yeah. So then, then she moved out and like, it's been really quiet around the house. And then, so she would respond back, yeah, I bet it's really quiet around the house.
You're keeping it about them and listening.
You're keeping it about them. She would never tell them any details about herself at all.
And she's an ear to where they can continue to talk about themselves.
And they would just talk.
Which everyone loves to do.
Just talk.
Huh.
I saw her recently and I said, hey, how's that going? She said, after about 3 weeks of that, she said, I couldn't do it anymore. She said, one, I got tired of seeing pictures of waterworks. And I also, and even there, I taught her a couple of reversals. I'd say, well, just text back. So there were ways in which they could send gifts, and the gifts were worth, like a cupcake was worth $5, and a apple pie or whatever. There were tokens that you had to pay for,
weird.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And so I'd say,
it was like tips.
Yeah, basically, right. And so she'd say, you should send me a cupcake for everything, every inch you think you showed me.
That's amazing.
So now he's either got to say, I'm bigger than I'm let on, right? Because his pride's hurt.
Yeah.
Or a lot of people, I can't afford that. And then I said, well, I would just say something like, well, maybe, if you can't really, again, it was kind of an attack on his pride. Like, well, maybe that's why you can't do this with a real person. Prove to me that you're worth my time talking to you. And either that kept them in, like sometimes they just drop it there.
Yeah.
That's fine because he's not eating a Udal Loop uselessly, right? Yeah. In other cases, they'd be like, well, okay, I'm actually worth 6 cupcakes, but I can only afford 4, right? And she'd say, oh, well, thanks, I appreciate that. It was $20 she didn't have, right? She just understood it was back to the
we'll split the difference. Rocking a 6, but I'll give you 3, so for double, right?
Right. Oh, well, and it also goes back to here I'm really dragging out of the 90s. The Wall Street Workshop guy, Wade Cook, and he'd tell the story about like doing the meter drop in a taxi. You're always turning over $1 every 3 minutes rather than trying to get a $20 fare once an hour.
Right.
Right. And I think she saw that. The frustration for her was, how do I get into a guy's Udal Loop?
Yep.
And she's like, hey, I know you know this stuff. It's worth my time to pay you. And I made a little bit of money coaching her. I enjoyed it. And I also got a front row to look over her shoulder while she was, sometimes she'd have three devices going, talking to 3 or 4 guys at the same time. It was fascinating to me, like how And it came back down. She was just like, I realized that if I ever get caught by the school I go to, I'm in deep hot water. And so that,
The turning of a dollar reminds me of the McDonald's theory on, just high volume,
make it consistent, right?
Yeah, low profits. And then also the marketing element of how McDonald's is so wild because their number one customer doesn't have a job, doesn't have any money, and doesn't have a car. They have to get a ride there because they're a kid. They don't have money, so they have to have their mom pay for it with the money that she has a job because they don't. I find that fascinating.
My stepson was having to do some fundraising for his high school, and they were going through neighborhoods selling these. They're $20, but it's a set of coupons.
Right.
Coupon.
Yep. Those things can have some steals in them too.
Well, and beyond that, he said we didn't really make any headway until we got into an apartment complex. And I said you'd have made even more headway if you got into a trailer park. And he just kind of looked at me. He's high as function, and I said, it's not sticking out for you, is it? And he said, why? It's because those are places that are all cash. They are a cash dependent strata, and so. A lot of it is it's easy to go, well, no, I don't have any way to pay you. Even if you've got a QR code and you can charge it, it's too much. Support the local football team. Sure, here, and then they'll go scrounge up some money that they've got squirreled away for such a time as this, and they've not really planned on where they're going to use it. Whereas, maybe a higher income class, a higher income area that's less blue collar. First of all, they're leveraged to the hill. They've got so much debt to live in that strata. And then the other is that they just don't have that kind of liquidity. They don't think about that kind of liquidity. Mm-hmm. They're not, they're planned out. If we're gonna get our kids to camp, we can't keep $20. Everything's budgeted, right. And absolutely, there's too much structure to it.
Yep. I've always got cash on me, and it's because I fear the cashless society, and
that's going to last. I figured you'd be deep into Bitcoin.
Oh, I do all that too.
All right, you do all that too.
I do all that too, but I always have cash. I've usually got a pocket full of change. Like you just saw me empty my pockets earlier, and there's a bunch of bills over there. And I love flipping,
right?
Buying, selling, all that stuff.
And so cash becomes the primary driver for getting things at a lower price.
Yep, it is. And people being able to visually see cash in front of them.
Even on Marketplace, I've found that back to how I manage Udal Loops, right? If I want to buy something on Marketplace, my opening line is not, "Is this available?" My opening line is, "I'm sitting on cash and I'm motivated to find," and then I will quote, the thing that they're, the Craftsman 22-inch lawnmower. And I'll be like, let me know if it's available.
I bought a Craftsman Vice this morning.
Did you really? All right. And immediately I get the, do you have any questions about it? Or they'll say, yeah, it's available. I'm like, well, I've got a couple questions about it. And then I'm in their engagement loop.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm in a stack of 20 or 30 people.
Is this available? I actually ignore until I'm not getting any other real written comments, and then I start replying to them. But
and I'm very aware that I'm like immediately stepping into their potential to want to covet when I say I'm sitting on cash and I'm motivated, right? Mm-hmm. That I'm hitting their greed loop real quick.
Right. Yeah, it's like I don't remember the name of the show. There's Sons of Guns, and there's the other one where a guy would show up to buy lots in a helicopter. And there was a presence factor of him showing up in his helicopter that proves, I'm serious. I'm here to do business. And he always carried cash so he could hit him and set 10 grand on the table on a valuation that should be at 17 grand. Just because being able to see that and realize the problems that can go away by taking that 10 grand gets most people to say yes.
At a much lower price point than they would have. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think there's something to be said for that.
Let's take a break.
Take a break? We can do that.
Let's do it.
Yep. Here, we put this down here where I get. So talk to me about it. What do you like about it?
About the Jeffersons?
Yeah, it's smooth.
It's good. It's smooth with a hint of smoke without being too smoky, and I like a bit of a smoky flavor. I'm actually a big Black Label fan, obviously a Blue Label fan, but Yeah, that's what I enjoy about it. I like at least some smoke, which it has, and in smooth wise, it's definitely very smooth.
There is a hint of saltiness to it that I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think somewhere being out in the sea air, it maybe it's my imagination, but the esters
Where
are
you're
absorbing.
catching the salty ocean. Oh, whoa. It's a late hit of that.
It is, isn't it?
That's weird. In a good way, which is going to make this sound terrible. It reminds me when you get eaten by a wave and then you got that salt taste still in the back of your throat. In a good way, there's like an aftertaste at the top of my mouth that reminds me of salt water.
So you have a woman named Jess to thank for teaching me about that. And Jess, since I know your husband's kind of one of the kind of guys that might actually watch a podcast like this, just again, thanks for being an awesome mentor at learning how to pick bourbons. So
That's cool. I don't know a lot about it. I enjoy things. I'll tell you if I like it. I'll tell you if I don't. But on the notes, what I've just done is about as far as I can go.
cool. All right, we're good.
But I appreciate this and respect it, and it tastes at its price point, in my opinion, too.
Cool.
Because
Because when I started drinking it, it was somewhere between $70 and $80
Yeah.
a bottle, and it's upwards of a C note now.
Oh wow! See,
Yeah.
the last time I looked at it, I wanted
That is why I didn't bring a brand new bottle today. So I'll wait till I'm on drill and go buy
There
it
you
at
go.
the Class 6. Get a little. They don't have to pay quite as much for it.
Need to check Sam's, see if they
So-
have it. Some of the pricing there at Sam's is insane.
Is
on
it?
that stuff. Oh yeah, like Johnny Walker Black, I can get for $36 to $39 pretty much anywhere, and then you go to Sam's, and it'll be between $26 and $31.
Oh wow! I
It's
don't
like a huge
see
discount.
Jefferson's Ocean being a thing.
Probably not Ocean.
Yeah.
But maybe the regular Jefferson's, which is like $40.
Yeah, and then so I've also found a couple that are made here in Missouri, and I'm starting to kind of experiment. They may taste like turpentine. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing.
There's one, I've got a guy coming on here soon who turned me on to someone who makes some here. There's one at around Fort Bragg or whatever it's called now, and then one that's I think down in Branson as well. So
Yeah,
looking forward to trying
it's
those.
funny how we're always gonna. In a way, it actually gets deeper in your Udal Loop, right?
Right, when you're toying at the names like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Brilliant marketing.
So we were talking about. I forget.
It's okay. I do know that there's a couple places that I think as we were talking I wanted to go to.
Yeah, hop in.
So the first one would be that it. I asked the question earlier, like, why are they tracking why Christians use pornography?
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but the fact that there's a vulnerability there to manipulate in a very unique way the culture is there. What I have seen that's been interesting to me, and it's been about local, sort of local things that have happened around here, is what happens when Christians start trying to monkey with social media in ways that blow back on them.
Yeah.
Right. There were a couple of things back in the day before the internet, back in that real analog world, because you couldn't fact check the misinformation, disinformation went rampant. I'm going to segue back to something else before I talk about this church and how they've messed with it and how it's gotten them in trouble. I grew up being exposed to the Gothard stuff, and if you've seen, I think it's Happy Shiny People, the documentary about the Duggards that are the big family down in Arkansas that have a lot of kids, and then the Learning Channel or somebody picked them up and made a series about them. Okay. When it came out later that they were attached hip and knee to the Gothard stuff, then it exposed this education system that a lot of very conservative evangelicals and the kind of fundamentalism I grew up in, like that they had, and that's where a lot of the crazy rules that your generation would have heard of, but maybe not seen.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a pastor from the pulpit saying something to the effect of, when they're making rock and roll tapes, like they've got to witch or a sorcerer or a Satanist who like puts a demon in every cassette. So when your kids bring it in your home, you're bringing a demon into the house, right? Did it make the kids rebellious? Yes. Was it because of supernatural forces? In that way, if you've ever read C.S. Lewis's Screwtape Letters, you see that where he inverts it. And Screwtape Letters is a story where a senior demon is talking to a junior demon about how to get good at destroying Christians. And it's a lot about misinformation and disinformation in that sense. If you've got people chasing things that aren't there, like that, right? One, it messes with those kids later when they have a real challenge to their Christianity later on, right? And then two, you create a deep distrust of the previous generation and what it said. And I realized why they did it. At the end of the day, they were trying to keep us out of trouble. They're trying to keep premarital pregnancies out. They were trying to keep us off drugs, all valuable things. But it was teaching moralism in the name of this is what God wants. And I think on the one hand, it's skewed for a whole generation of Christians what a relationship with God really should look like, right? Because it was all about rules and it was about regulations. But there were so many lies told in the process. At best, the lies were, there are demons in the tapes that you're putting in your cassette. At worst, the lies were, there's no sexual hanky-panky going on. And in retrospect, we find out that there was a lot of grooming and a lot of pedophilia and a lot of other things happening under the guise of these attempts to be more spiritual, or these attempts to be more holy, or these attempts to be more sanctified as Christians, right? I would guess, as I've known you over the years, you've got a very healthy skepticism about a lot of things I say about Christianity. And I think that's, in the Ozarks, we are the tongue on the buckle of the Bible Belt, right? It's here. We live with that hypocrisy all the time.
I didn't realize that part's called the tongue, but now I know what you're talking about.
Right?
Too.
Is that right? It's called the tongue. I think it's called the tongue.
That makes perfect sense.
The tongue that goes in the buckle.
Oh,
right?
It wiggles like a tongue.
All right. So, we're at ground zero for the Turquoise Taj Mahal, which, if none of you know that, that's the Assemblies of God headquarters, or the Baptist Bible Fellowship International's headquarters.
That's where they park their private jet.
Is that where they park the private jet?
Here in Springfield, at SGF.
Huh? Do they have a private jet?
100%.
Doesn't surprise me. Okay,
I don't know. There's just one.
Might be more than one. There's some. Are we now into the territory of the gemstones?
We don't have to go there quite yet, but
we'll get back to it later.
Yeah, that's a wild show.
I think we've got a healthy skepticism. I remember sitting in chapel at Baptist Bible College. This is circa like 90. Now that you bring up Learjets, circa 90, 91. First, I want to teach you a phrase from the Ozarks that you need to know. So if you ever come to the Ozarks, this is an important phrase. And the phrase is, in our hillbilly vernacular, it's, of course you know.
Yeah. Yep.
You've heard it. You've probably heard it a lot when you were in law enforcement.
Yeah.
Of course you know. It's code for, I'm going to tell you something I wouldn't tell anybody else, but if I want you to follow, you've got to know this much information. So it's actually in terms of intelligence gathering, right? And pulling in stuff you need to know, always like pick up on that.
Yeah.
So of course, you know, my kid got murdered back in 83. No, actually, I didn't know, right?
Right.
I would never tell this to an outsider, and I certainly would never tell it to a stranger. But I want the story to go forward, so I've got to reveal this very tragic, painful thing about our family. And of course, you know, our daughter was murdered back in 1983, and the FBI has never been able to figure out who did it. Right? It's actually 1983. It's not 83. It might be 93, and it's the story about why someone hung themselves in a jail in Douglas County. You know the one I'm talking about now?
I don't.
Okay. Ask some of your older buddies from Webster, though. There were presumptions that the key witness might have been offed by someone in law enforcement, and then got pinned for the crime. They actually might not have had anything to do with the girl's murder, but there was some real dark Shadowlands kind of stuff going on back then.
There's several. I have a personal friend where his sister was probably too in deep on something and murdered, and she was one of the undercovers in this area.
Really? Okay.
And just, I mean, there's stuff, I don't want to dive too much into it personally, but we can talk about it off camera, where it's just
So
some
to
graphic, weird elements.
pull us off the rabbit trail and back on the logging road, in polyester suit, 3-piece suit, standing there in chapel, this guy says, now of course every Halloween the devil comes up and he picks from a bevy of people who have consecrated themselves for him to possess. And then he gets on a Learjet and he goes all around the planet for 24 hours being worshipped in person, coven to coven all over the world. We had no way of bullshit metering that back then. And it sounded good, right? Not true. And if I were the devil and I could do that, I wouldn't bother with Learjets. I would just upload myself to a possessee and then download myself and then, just jump. I'd stay off the airplane, right? That's me looking at it logically. But there was some way in which that attempt to use a sermon illustration, and I think he said, of course, why this is important is our God doesn't have to limit himself to a body. He's everywhere all at once. So he was making a deep theological truth, but the example was so absurd and so far out, I choked all over it. I remember just going, this is like, what do you have against Learjet? Why not Gulfstream? Like, I stumbled so over the illustration. If I was halfway thinking as an end function on the MBTI, I went, yeah, no, this is crap. There's no truth to this at all, right? The internet's killed that. Because now you go, does the devil really do this? And, right? And then real actual Satanists will come up and tell you what they really think on Reddit.
The extreme.
And ask me anything. I'm the corporate pilot for Lucifer. It actually is true.
You've got the use of social media where people won't step outside of it, though, to where you don't have that Google ability because people aren't doing it. They're not Googling it. Now, I just found this. You call a friend a pussy, right? Do you know what that's actually short for?
Pusillanimous?
Yeah.
Right.
I just learned that, and I passed it to my buddy. He's like, I got to look that up to see if that's true.
And it's
I'm
true.
Like, no, I didn't look it up. This could have been an internet BS thing. And I look it up, and the exact definition that they pulled was the top hit on Google, identical, where it's someone who's just a weaker person in general. And it has nothing to do with female genitalia.
Absolutely.
And we're all convinced that's what it's for. And it's just, old language that's dead to us now. But
and then it changes.
Yeah, that was fascinating.
And then the generation that's my kids' era, and they're using Riz and no cap. And,
right.
And it's absolutely, you can't even, at least thanks to Urban Dictionary, you can start tracking what's this mean.
I've contributed to Urban Dictionary.
You have?
I have. I put some things in there. One of my favorite things is a good friend of mine, Chad Betzler. He knows who he is. He knows what he is. And he knows the very next thing I'm going to say about him. Chad's a tool.
Okay.
And he usually follows it over. It's power tool, you idiot. And just doubles down. And,
no.
Chad is actually one of the greatest friends I have. If something happened today and Laura kicked me out and said, "Bud, I got to get out and I got to move my stuff,"
which could happen still. I mean, the day's not over.
Yeah. And he'd say, "What time do you need me there?
Yeah.
What are we moving?" You know what I mean?
Right.
And we don't talk a lot. We talk, 3 to 8 times a year, but he'll be there for me like that if I needed him. But on the religious stuff, like overall, some things that have been wild to me and created conflict for me is I believe in an all-loving God. Outside of that, that's not a God I'm interested in. And for whatever that means for all fraternity. But you see, I heard this lady speaking the other day about her, what she called post-religious stress that she had to see a therapist for as she switched over to being an atheist and non-believer. I'm not denouncing my faith. I won't. I believe in Christianity. That's where I'm at. I definitely have my skepticism about lots of things with it. But I also hate the fact that I grew up in some fire and brimstone churches. And one thing, and I'll try and see if I can find some footage on this. Maybe I'll link a video so people can see it because I'm sure YouTube has it. But there was a thing that really jacked me up as a young kid with Fire and Brimstone, and that was a program which I know you'll remember, hopefully, Heaven's Gates, Hell's Flames. Do you remember those? So they were play productions, and to run you through an example of what they were, you've got members of the church who are acting on the stage, and they'd invite, and it was wild. We'd go to these wherever they're at. So Assemblies of God has one 2 months later. Hey, they're going to do it at this United Methodist, and they would fill the house with people to watch these.
And they were often they're dragging in their non-Christian friends.
Yes, yes. And so you'd have
This wasn't for Christians. This was for...
Right. It was trying to reel them. Yes, and there was a big call to the altar at the end to save people and all that stuff. And then there's cheering and rejoicing. Now everybody go to Pizza Hut and hit the buffet. But
you got pizza? I thought it was fried chicken.
Oh, it's everything. I mean, I grew up in a little town. We didn't have a lot of options.
Oh, okay.
A lot of churches let out at the same time, so you go wherever there's less cars. And I guess nobody liked the buffet because that's where we went. But so we've got an example of one. A father and son are facing the crowd. And the father's driving, big rig. Hey, bud, it's nice to have you on the road. Because, yeah, Dad, I love driving the truck like you. Yeah, it's fun, man. We just cruise out here, get good monies. Man, Dad, that's crazy. So I heard about this thing called God. And Dad would be like, yeah, God's not real. What? Well, what is it? Oh, it's made up by this group of people called Christians to make you believe this and everything. So it's not real. And kid's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's not real. Dad, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. What? Boom! Crash, lights go out, and all of a sudden, they're dead. They come to. Grim Reapers roll out on the stage. Red lights, grabbing the kid. The kid's screaming as he's being pulled from his dad's stage left. The kid's being pulled his stage right. And just this devil is running around dancing on this stage. You're mine. You're mine. You're going to burn for all of eternity. And we're all staring like, just completely terrified. And the other thing that's interesting to me on the all-loving God element that I enjoy is like, if it's not an all-loving God who's going to truly be accepting of our failures, which we're programmed with by Him, the Creator, do we have free will?
Right. Well, and so, I mean, in this region, you're either a Calvinist or you're Assemblies of God. And then the Calvinists, that's like a big part of what they push, right? I loved being a religious studies major and breaking away from some of those roots that I had, because I figured out a lot of that theology is built around Augustine and what Augustine had to say. And Augustine cleaned up a lot of things that he didn't like, that didn't fit. I mean, after he became a Christian, and I think Augustine clearly had some sort of a genuine repentance and come to Jesus, experience out of that. But towards the end of his theological development, like, he just didn't want to deal with some parts of the scriptures that don't indicate that. They just don't. You look at David, and David breaks most of the commandments. The one he doesn't break is not putting any false gods up there. And Hebrews gets to the end and it says David's up there because of his faith that Yahweh was the only God of Israel. It seems to me that God is less concerned with the overt morality of any of the Old Testament people. When you start taking the Old Testament seriously, he's less concerned with their overt morality and more concerned with, am I the only God you worship? In a pantheon of false gods that you've asked me before about Genesis 6 and the relationship between the Nephilim and the
Nephilim, Anunnaki, all that
the
stuff.
Anunnaki. Clearly something happens in Genesis 6, Genesis 3, Genesis 6, and then later on at the Tower of Babel, where Yahweh begins to let part of the angelic world have more and more control over our reality. All right? How do I know that there's parts of this that Augustine leaves out? Paul says later on, we preach the gospel in two directions. To the Jews, we preach that Jesus closes this covenantal relationship God has with us and that He is the Messiah. He is the living God. He is the same as Yahweh. And to the Gentiles, what we preach is basically that the gods that controlled their areas lost all their control when Jesus died on the cross and was raised from the dead. I think both those are coupled in a very supernatural way, Kyle. It was brought to my attention recently. We don't ever preach the second half of that. You and I've grown up in church. I've never heard an evangelist stand up and say, hey, we're Gentiles, we're not Jews. So the part of the gospel that we need to know is that there are these gods that have control over the world that don't control us anymore because of what Jesus did. That's the gospel. Yay. Come in. What we only ever heard was this other part, right? Jesus came and he did these things. He died to save us. He loves us, yada, yada, yada. It's the Jewish side of the gospel. Partly that reflects the fact that the Western world has been that wonderfully influenced by absorbing Judaism into our worldview. That's why we call it the Judeo-Christian worldview of the West, right? It is why Ben Shapiro can sit down and have a conversation with a Catholic bishop and the two engage in some deep, meaningful dialogue. Right? All the core things that make us not going into the absolute batshit crazy world of the pagans that say ruled outside of the boundaries of that for so long. And it's ultimately what Marxist thinking wants to tear down, right? It starts pitting group against group. It goes back. Marxism can't stand unless you violate the commandment not to covet. You can't. You know, that person's got more justice than you. It's white justice. That person's got more advantage than you. It's straight advantage. That person has more this than you. Don't you want to tear it away from them? It's not about really truly redistributing it. It's just about tearing it away. Genesis 3. Did God really tell you that you're not going to be like him unless you do this thing that violates the trust God gave you? The serpent figure in Genesis 3 goes straight to the heart of covetousness and calls them to violate that. And then from there on, those fallen angels, which when you've now talked about what do those people represent in that old Mesopotamian, it is clearly references to that in the Old Testament. Those Old Testament authors are making a polemic. This is how it really happened. And it's been absorbed by these false gods around us. And that's why we're fighting them. It's why sometimes in the Old Testament, the Israelites were told, you have to kill off this specific tribe. And it's because that tribe had made the same kind of covenants with their false gods that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had made with Yahweh. They're going to the death, one way or the other. And God is saying, I will. They always offered him to repent. They would say, hey, you want to change sides? And if they didn't, then that's when the genocide occurred. Because they knew there's never going to be able to have a detente between us if we don't. And it's actually through human form, those stories are about God holding his own territory over these others. And inside the Mosaic law and all of those things that they had, it wasn't about how righteous they lived. It was ultimately about whether they believed that Yahweh was the only God of the world. And at the end of the day, for the Christian, it comes back to the same thing. Is Jesus God or is he not? I'm not into virgin territory here. The core of any book on apologetics is going to say, at the end of the day, that the thing that moves you from atheism to there is that. But we've only ever, growing up in the Bible Belt, heard the first part of that message. The Jewish side. Never the Gentile side, even though in theory, that's where we're coming from. Here's where it came back. My own awareness, I think, as a Christian, of how thin that veil is between here and there. Over and over again, I heard my dad and at least two other people preaching in Papua New Guinea, and they would, of course, give that sermon from that Jewish side, that sort of typical Christian side. And I would hear these people later give a testimony of how they had come to Jesus. And it's right up there with Sean Ryan's experiences, right? They'd say, I was listening to the sermon and I became aware that if I accepted Jesus, the demons that I had worshipped since I was a kid couldn't torment me anymore. My dad never said that. But that's the second half of the gospel. That's the Gentile side of the gospel. Something happened supernaturally in the proclamation of the Jewish side that these people were hearing. I mean, I was present for some of these. I didn't know that's what they were hearing. But later they would say, what I realized was, if I turned to Jesus, the gods that I had worshipped couldn't torment me any longer. So somehow they're coupled on the other side of the veil, on the supernatural side. The two sides of the gospel are coupled. And I don't know how that works. But what I do know is that for people like you and I who've seen a mishandling of the gospel our whole lives, the reason why we can't ever escape. I've gone through at least two periods of deep doubting. I would have said I went through an atheistic phase. It was probably more of a real hardcore agnostic phase. Mm-hmm. But at the end of it, it was always coming back to, if God's not really in control, I have no explanations for the spiritual side of who I am. And the answer that you hear from the naturalist, which is, well, it's just the way the neurons are firing in your brain. No. I think Christians make the mistake of saying to someone, well, when you see a beautiful sunset, aren't you aware who God is? The question really ought to be, what's been so suppressed in you that when you see a beautiful sunset, you only think about the materialist side and aren't aware that you do exist both naturally and supernaturally? Which is why, unlike a herd of zebras, they don't ever look at the sunset. We do. Somehow we pattern project that sunset has some sort of aesthetic thing. That does not arise from nothing.
Yeah. That reminds me of a picture that's going around right now where I think they just captured that random moment in nature where two penguins are just overlooking the city lights, like they're just out there and admiring it.
Right. And yet we stop and pattern make on that. Oh,
100%. That's what it is.
Right?
Pattern making. Yeah.
Right.
It's not that they're actually
no, it's not
caring at all.
And so for us growing up in this space, I think I know you've got a really diverse audience, so I'm going to expect a lot of them are attracted more to your skepticism. What we are appropriately allergic to when we see that is a call to be more moralistic. There's a great Lutheran polemicist, Rod Rosenblatt, and he said the best thing his dad ever did as a surgeon was to help him escape from Sunday school. He said his dad would make him go sit up with the adults, and he said it was because he said God help us. There's nothing worse for our faith than little old women teaching Sunday school trying to make us moral people, right? Yeah. God did not want moral people. God wanted people who put their faith in Him.
That's an interesting point.
Right? You know David could commit adultery. David could murder Uriah. David could violate every single law that God ever gave him.
Wow.
And yet, God says he's a man after my own heart because God recognized David kept pursuing a love for who God was as God.
That's fascinating.
And it wasn't that he didn't have opportunity to. When we read the narrative in Kings and 1st and 2nd Samuel, David goes up and hangs out in the Philistines areas. So he knew what the false gods looked like. He could have at any point turned away and said, I'm out. My father-in-law keeps trying to kill me. I'm unwanted. I've been anointed to be a king, but king of what? He could have pulled the prodigal son and gone off and fed the pigs. There's something about those people who want to teach that moralism, though, and this will circle back to a thing that I did say earlier, but I'll get more explicit on. When a person's Udal Loop is exposed, you start to see the shape of who they are. Right? This is why the algorithm builds a virtual version of our soul and stores it somewhere. Not an exact copy. Right? They got a good idea of what will make us tick morally. And the reason why what we can see about those people who want to moralize is that they are more interested in making sure that the behavior is contained than that people have an actual healthy relationship with who God is. Yeah. And I remember my wife and I were talking about this recently. She's got a family member who's at death's door and who's lived a life of brokenness. And she said, when she was little, she gave her faith to the Lord, and she used some sort of a churchy way of saying it. And she said, "Do you think that's going to be good enough?" And the ENFP, do ENTPs have a bitch slap? You know, the ENFP
where
bitch
we
slap
bitch
is?
slap?
Yeah. Do you guys have the I have an ENFP bitch slap. Where you say something like it seems real sarcastic and it's kind of hurtful, but you're trying to tell the truth.
ENTPs for the most part are brutal alphas
Yeah,
who
okay,
aren't
so-
afraid to speak
Right.
very
So
direct.
I did the same thing. I said, who wants her to go to hell? And it just, well, I kind of pulled back. I said, hang on, that came out too harsh. And she said, yeah. She said, I'm trying to assure myself, God really does love her. I love her. I don't want her to pass into eternity. And is this childlike faith she had enough? And I walked away, appropriately rebuked. Had to think on it a bit. And I came back and I just said, without becoming a universalist, I see that God's heart through all of Scripture is to pursue us all the way, rather than He's not pushing us off the diving board into the lake of fire. He's standing there always saying, "Hey, please step off the board. Please step off the board. I want you. I love you. You're mine." His heart is to go out of his way to be the shepherd who would chase the one down over the 99. And that's a total inversion of how we would do it. I lost one. At least I got 99,
Do you think God wants you to feel shame when you're screwing up?
I think it's a part of our survival mechanisms that he's put into us.
Yeah.
Like we should feel conviction over sin, legitimately. I think what happens with shame is the part of us, and it is the part of us that starts to think that we're unvaluable because of it, right? And so back to that methodology of evangelizing, right? They were trying to shame or fear people into Christianity. I appreciate its shock value. Like if it really sort of gets someone to stop.
It's going to work for some percentage of the population, to be fair.
It isn't for most people.
Right. That's the problem. Right. That's why I don't like the guy on the street corner holding up those signs. Because what percentage can you flip?
There will be more people. And this is where I say, if you really want to share the gospel in France, the Olympics, you will get more response by putting a QR code for a gospel track on condom packets than you ever will actually handing someone a flyer that says, hey, click here to see if God loves you.
Especially if when they do that QR code, you hit them with a really good joke. It's like, that's going to get me to because you didn't just, this is now religious stuff, or shame on you. God just saw that.
Right. You're not wrong. Hey,
but that would be fun. I would see that as a joke too. Shame on you. Right. God just saw that. I'd laugh.
Right. Absolutely.
But if I was 19 and I did it, I'd go,
what?
Oh shit.
Right.
Oh no. You know what I mean?
You're suddenly inside that orientation. It's like what happened, and without necessarily being shameful, to say, hey, as much as you're looking for love here through sex, it didn't last past the orgasm. But if you want to know what real love is,
dude, and that was me when I finally decided to I'm not going to wait for marriage. I don't think this is right, and I'm sorry, but I want to sample the goods if I'm going to be stuck with it the rest of my life. And I've seen someone who's good at kissing, who's not good at the other things. Using their mouth in other ways. So if that's the case, then I want to know that this is what I want. And I cannot believe the guilt that I felt post-orgasm for the first few years.
Sure.
And I remember I tried to have not really a one-night stand. I knew the girl, but it's like I wasn't interested in a relationship, and I felt like the biggest piece of shit and couldn't even finish because of what I had, the battles going on internally. And then swore I'd never do it again. Eventually I got over that to where it didn't bother me that way. And I almost put, I don't know if it's Yahweh or Yeshua, but the YIW apostrophe, whichever one that was in Hebrew. I used to Sharpie that on my arm here in high school all the time, to the point a lot of kids actually thought I had a tattoo of it. And I was wanting that as my first tattoo. And the biggest reason I didn't is I couldn't imagine, shoving my fingers into, while looking down and seeing that name on my arm.
And yet, that should have been the thing that stops you.
Right. And I knew it wouldn't stop me. And the guilt that I'd feel from seeing it. Like, I remember having a semi-provocative image of an ex on my phone as a screensaver while I was in a store buying my first personal and only personalized Bible and referencing something and pulling out my phone where the girl is seeing this image, and it's like the ultimate embarrassment and shame of
That's my wife.
naughty me, oh, I'm wanting my Bible with my name scribed into it. And you know what's funny is I don't have a Bible in this room, and I do have that Bible, but it's out on a bookshelf with some other books, because every time I see that Bible, I think of that shameful moment of when I bought it. How crazy is that?
We'll put it up there next to the other book that we never talk about.
Oh, which one?
You know the one. The
Which
book.
one? The book? The one that looks like a Bible called
one,
The Game?
Yep, that one. Yeah,
That-
see, you added it. Now we're going to have to bleep it out.
Oh, that is probably the best self-help book I've ever read.
Really?
And
So are we going to talk about it openly?
we're going to do it.
Okay.
So The Game, Penetrating the Secret Society of Pickup Artists.
Okay.
Written by Neil Strauss.
It was the third time you and I ever hung out, and I don't remember what you said, but it tipped you off that I had read the book.
Interesting.
And I was not reading the book to join the Secret Society of Pickup Artists.
I wasn't either.
I was reading the book to try to understand the degrees to which Udal Loops can be manipulated.
And boy, does it walk you
And
through it. And if you want to know how to sell anybody anything, first
right.
off, there is some natural skill set that comes with that.
Sure.
But if you want to sell something or win somebody over, pair The Game, read that 5, 6, 7, 8 times. I've read it about 8 times. I've read the book 3 times. I've listened to the audiobook, I believe, 4 or 5 times, traveling back and forth.
I'd have a hard time keeping a straight face listening to the audiobook. I think I've read it 3 times.
It's just like a movie. Go
Sure.
watch. It doesn't matter. Any movie you watch, I don't remember the scene at all.
For
You pick up those
the
extras.
audience, we need to probably bring them up to speed. The book is so Neil Strauss had just finished following Jenna Jameson around and developing the manuscript for How to Make Love Like a Porn Star.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he felt very awkward, very much on the outside. And as a result, he'd come across some of these guys that were self-professed pickup artists. And so the whole book is really about him learning, engaging with them, becoming something of a Lothario, becoming something of a learning skills at how to seduce women to get what he wanted. And at the end of the book, I'll spoiler alert it, he goes, you know what? Now that I can sleep with anyone I want, most any time I want, I'm still very unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've heard he went on to write some other books, kind of trying to unpack. And as I've gathered, he's completely off he's monogamous and become a dad. And am I right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've not looked at the follow through.
Yeah, I think the follow through is the complete repudiation of everything he wrote in there.
That's amazing. That's something where I need to tap back into it. I can tell you what it did for me, and somewhere on Amazon in the comments, a lady finally said over all the words that I'm going to say today, that's how I pitch it. And it's full of angry women saying this is disgusting, this is gross, anyone who buys this is a loser, you're a nasty person if you're trying to basically game us into sleeping with you. And one lady gets on there and says, everyone's shaming this book, but the reality is my husband read this book and it took him from a beta to an alpha and gaining control, being able to convince his boss of a raise, being able to rise through the charts at work. Sure. And everything, through new positions in leadership and everything. And like my first law enforcement interview, I didn't know any of them. And I was actually reading the book for the second time in the parking lot because I got there 35 minutes early. And I'm reading through there. And I had that in 15 minutes, my oral board where they're supposed to play good cop, bad cop, indecisive cop, all these different stages. We were all laughing and having a great time like we were old friends that haven't seen each other in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And it's all because of that book. But if you pair that book with the understanding of the Myers-Briggs,
right,
where you learn the different 16 personalities, and there's a newer form of it where they drop it down to like 4 to 6 personalities that's used in sales.
Is it?
But if you know ENTPs, the INFPs, like all these different things that the Myers-Briggs to where you can spot it, that teaches you a person's weaknesses, their strengths. It tells you what they're going to be good at. Can this person be an employee for me doing this? No, because they're going to suck in the management department, and I'm looking for a manager right now.
Right.
I love them as a person, but I know because of the Myers-Briggs that they're not manager quality. And I was told years ago that Best Buy had their application process. You have to answer 100%. disagree or 100% agree. And I had applied and I never got a call back. Well, I didn't do 100% because some things I wasn't 100% positive.
So they didn't want to see if you had anything in the middle.
So and if you were in the middle, if you were in the middle, they threw you out. They discarded you. So they wanted you
because they perceived that you were not on a polarity.
You weren't decisive enough. Yeah. And then on top of that, they would only hire certain personality types. Of the 16, there's probably only 6 or 7 that they'd actually hire. And I thought that was pretty fascinating. And I know the CIA does it.
Sure. I want to circle back for a second to what we were saying about religion. I think we're appropriate to then be wary of being manipulated by people in religion.
Mm-hmm.
And at a gut level, most people who we think of as sort of high-powered leaders in the church world are really just men who have really good charisma.
Yes.
Who, if they weren't in that milieu, would be the kind of guys that
100%.
Are in Neil Strauss's book.
It's the same guy who can approach a Playboy model in a grocery store and take her home and have sex with her, which Neil Strauss talks about in that book,
right?
Too. And
I think then when you couple that with the amount of scandals that we've had in the last 3 or 4 years from the evangelical leadership world, the apologist Ravi Zachariah, the Falwells, Jerry Falwell Jr. and his wife Becky, the Gothards, the Duggars, a lot of high-profile church. So Tony Evans stepped down this week, big mega church pastor in Dallas area. One of the largest cares. So Bickle, the pastor from IHOP in Kansas City, been grooming women for a long time. This led to secondary and third order scandals. Other people they were in the church that started getting exposed.
I see that, yeah.
Yesterday, my algorithm got, because this is the thing obviously I track, my algorithm got pegged with his last name is Morris. Tom Morris?
I was going to say Johnny.
No, maybe. But Tom Morris is a pastor of a mega church of 100,000 people in the Texas area. And the degree of narcissism that comes out, like they accepted his resignation, should have been effing fired.
Yeah.
You raped a kid when she was 13 years old,
Oh my gosh.
30-something years ago. And I hope the statute of limitations, like this is part of me that's a dad. It's like, I hope the statute of limitations is not up and someone comes after you. Right. There's that part. Because you've made millions and millions and millions of dollars. And maybe some people have been motivated to come out of a bad set of circumstances towards a better set of circumstances. And the fact that we whitewash these moral failures in these leaders by saying, well, some good did come out of it. They're supposed to be above reproach, right? If I want that, I can stay in the military. And this will be the one thing I will say that's personal. I am not speaking for the military, but I will say as a young officer, grieved me deeply. Petraeus fell. McChrystal's hubris got in the way. McCraven acts more like a mafioso at times than he does a smooth operator. And let's not even talk about our famous general who says, I always know who you're going to stab in the room because everyone's going to try to kill you, who was never married, never associated with, but quite clearly, behind closed doors, during the period of his career when don't ask, don't tell would have been a problem, for his career, kept gay lovers on the side. Right? Mattis. I'm saying the name.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot of rumors about Mattis. Okay? If I wanted to live in a world where leaders could fall, I get that in the military. I don't want it in Christendom. And I do think that if God is real and is who he says he is, that you're going to see some cleaning out of the house of God. You're going to see some, like Jesus turning over the tables in the temple. I think you're going to see some men who have been hiding their narcissistic charisma and their ability to act like they are these people who are really just influencers. We're going to circle back to your favorite one here in a minute. I promise we'll go there. But I think God's going to clean house. And at the same time, I'm fascinated by people like Kat Von D, Russell Brand, right? Jordan Peterson went from being right on the edge of being a Marxist. He was never Marxist, but very much sort of a lefty type to something of a, fascinated by the Word of God to all my Catholic friends are like, yeah, we heard that he was in church with his wife again this Sunday. Like, apparently there's a network of Catholics who track when Peterson's going forward with her, not to take communion, but to ask for a blessing, which is a big part of the Catholic way they worship. So I'm fascinated. On one hand, like, these people that injured us as kids are getting their comeuppance. They're getting their, it's the threshing floor is getting turned over upside down, and then new blood's coming in from directions we never would have thought or seen, right?
I think this will help you jump in where I think you're heading with who you're talking about bringing up. But why is it, you think, I see this in the gun community too, and I'm sure it's in all communities, I'm sure the left deals with it too, but I definitely see Christians and gun culture people, when someone screws up, we eat our own so fast while the
There's
opposition is eating, and everyone's just eating. And why is that we can't see that as an opportunity to, okay, let's recognize that there is a mistake, and let's discuss the ways to fix that mistake so it's not repeated.
So I think part of it's human nature, right? The first murder is between two brothers, and it's one chapter past getting evicted, right? So, I mean, we're laughing uncomfortably, but they're like, I don't like you. I'm going to take a rock and bash your head in. Right?
As we're drinking and talking politics and religions.
Well, there we go.
I think that's one of the rules you're supposed to not discuss.
But you're... So, if the whole point of being in a relationship with God is to abide by the rules, then, like, there's no bigger betrayal than to blow up the rules. If, on the other hand, the point of the relationship with God is to just love God and be loved by God, then the prodigal son story does way more for informing me of what it should look like, right? There are three things that aren't obvious to the outsider when we look at the story of the prodigal son. The first one is the father runs towards him. I speculate that it's to get between him and the people that wanted to kill the son because the son had rebelled. Under Mosaic law, they could have started casting stones. The father doesn't wait for the son to come. The father loves the son so much, he moves into that space. The second thing is that he encompasses him in the family robes, which is a clear uniform identifier. He's inside the protective shell of our family name. Bring our family uniform and put it on him. He is not a turncoat anymore. These are the things a father's doing, right? The third is he gives him the signet ring, which is the signet ring let you write checks. Because you would say, I want to borrow money, and then you put your signet ring on it. It's the power of attorney with the bank. The kid squandered half the family wealth. And yet, he immediately trusts him with this huge honor. And then when he says, it's interesting to me in the language, for the son, he gives him a fatted calf. The older brother says, you didn't even give me a goat, right? The reason is in a Semitic culture, a fatted calf produced so much food, everyone in the village had to come eat. It was bad form not to, or you were going to end up throwing away food.
Right.
Even his enemies had to be present while he celebrated the return of the child that he had never stopped loving. If that gives us a picture of the way that God actually wants to be in a relationship with us, he's moving towards us. He's doing things to protect us. He's doing things to restore us. And we haven't. This moralistic form of Christianity we were raised with doesn't have room for that. Because the minute you say, I hear it from that more Wesleyan side of Christianity, even some of the Calvinists too, the minute you let a little bit, my mom comes from a German family, and I would get this as a kid. The minute you let have a little bit of license, there's nothing to stop you from going all the way off the deep end, right? I'm already there. I'm a sinner. I'm born into this thing. Cain's born wanting to kill Abel, right? We're the apex predator on the planet, and we've come with some really freaking amazing ways to kill other human beings, and sometimes how to scale that up at mass.
Yeah.
Right? We are not, when the part of us that was created in the image of God somehow lost something in that space between the world, between heaven and hell, between earth, in that Edenic space that was there where God could move into and not step out of in a physical form. We retained the quintessential parts of being made in the image of God, but we also took on the more hellish parts of whatever it was that we gave up. That the demons did not, the angelic part that turned against God can't be redeemed from. Right? And he has spent all of human history, according to the scriptures, trying to bring us home, trying to bring us to himself, trying to reestablish what happened at Eden and flip it over. And Paul goes on to say then, so my church, we're going through Ephesians right now. He says, hey, the way that we will look, you were dead in your trespasses and sins, you were lost, but now you're not. Outside of the world, this is the way they look. They engage in idolatry. And Ephesus was they were ground zero for building idols, the silversmiths. It was a ground zero for greed and trade because they had to exchange money for the silver to make the idols. It was ground zero for sexual immorality, the kind of stuff that's going on in the game, right? Because you knew that you were blessed if you had this way of showing that you had sexual prowess. And so the whole culture is built around sexual immorality. And he says, those people aren't inheriting the kingdom of God. And it's a way of saying, they're not in our family. You've been adopted. You were that, but now you've been adopted into God's family. And it's a new way of doing it. And it's a way of reestablishing what we lost in that early fall. Somewhere in there, in our Sunday school, we were taught morals. We weren't taught this bigger picture of good and evil, of how these principalities and powers are fighting us, and the kingdom of God is actually advancing by us doing the right thing and loving God in return. And it begins with, do you love Jesus and see him as the only Son of God? As God himself. Yeshua and Yahweh are the same person, right, at its crux. My best friend Barry, I'll give a shout out to this, really wonderfully pro-life. And he and his wife decided that they would be so serious about it that they would adopt. One night, I don't remember why, Barry was responsible for feeding the family, so he took them to Applebee's. Their adopted daughter is there with him, and they go eat a meal, and they come out, and as they're coming out, there's a homeless person that walks up. He says, hey, can you spare some money? And Barry said, just wait here, I'll be right back. So he gets the kids in the car. He says, hey guys, I'm gonna go take care of this. I'll be back in a second. Knowing Barry, it was probably a C note, but he goes into the manager and he says, this covers the most expensive meal, whatever he wants to order. It lets him get at least 2 alcoholic beverages. I'm going to do all this, and then whatever's left over, I want the servers to have as a tip. And he turns to the guy and says, Jesus says, give a cup of water in my name. I'm actually giving you a meal. I'm giving you a feast in the name of Jesus. Enjoy yourself. Have a good night. Walks out. Never saw him again. And he gets to the car, and their adopted daughter says, what'd you do that for? My dad used to do that. He would just con people out of money so he could go buy drugs. Why'd you do that? And I love Barry's response. He said, I'm your daddy now. And we don't do that. You aren't in that family anymore. You're in our family. And what we do is when we see someone who is like that, we love them in the name of Jesus, and we provide for them in this very practical way. In fact, we give them more than they deserve. We show grace and mercy. And at least this one night, he may still go do drugs, kid. But we've shown him the love of God in a way that should instead give him a reason to want to love God back and change that, right? And when I look at Ephesians and I see that, he says, there's no inheritance for this kind of lifestyle. But you're not that anymore, right? It's Paul's way of saying, that's not your daddy anymore, right? God loves us and he's pulled us in. And that's the crux of what the gospel should have been that was taught to us as kids. And it wasn't. I heard bits and elements of it, but I don't think I really got it clear until probably the time when you met me and I was starting to go off the deep end for a bit. That time in the military where I had to kind of rebuild some stuff from scratch. I was glad I had more tools than everybody else, but I don't think I truly embraced and understood. So this is this picture. I think when we look at the children of Israel and they're in Egypt, they were always saved, even though they hadn't actually gotten out of Egypt. Right? God was not going to let them perish. So I think for me, God would have never let me go. But I didn't really get what was going on with the gospel and how it's good news and how it changes the world. And how God's trying to bring a literal kingdom against the kingdom of darkness in this narrative that starts in Genesis 3 and goes all the way forward. Probably until about the time you and I met. That's when that process really started for me. And the Israelites don't get that they're saved until they're on the opposite side of the Red Sea. And Pharaoh's been crushed. And then they say, God saved us and he brought us out of Egypt. And they begin to really get the gospel of how they had been brought from death to life, right? So in your own journey, and I think there's probably a lot of people, both military and non-military, that are listening to this, that this may be the first time they've really ever seen, as disjointed as the messages that I've offered here, see how we're expected to fight evil in this way, right?
Yeah.
And that part of us, you and I've talked, I want to circle back, and maybe we do it on another one, but that I mentioned earlier, I said we enter into a culture of trauma. The whole point of being in a fighting force is to tap into the part of Cain that can pick up a rock and kill your brother, right? So when we start talking about the divide we see in our country between the left and the right, between the conservatives and liberals, it's nothing new, but it certainly isn't at its core what I think God wants Christians to do. Right. Which is why I grieve. I mean, on a pragmatic sense, I could say, well, I could see one leader's better than another, or I could say, well, one party's pro-life and the other seems to be, very much pro-death. That's not the metric God is using. You could be pro-life and still go to hell because you're worshiping a political leader. You've put that person's charisma over obedience to loving God for who God is.
Are you talking about God Trump?
I didn't say any names. I didn't say any names.
I want to read something that's me paraphrasing something you said in a conversation we had apparently it was almost 2 years ago, because it says
2 years ago,
14th,
huh?
It's August 14th of 22.
All right.
We were talking about Elon Musk and his obsessions with the whole cyborg human element. And one of my favorite quotes from him from the Joe Rogan Experience is him saying, we already are cyborgs. And Joe's like, how so? It was like, do you go anywhere without your phone? And something along the lines of anything you need can be answered in under 50 seconds, using the phone, like, to a point. And I was like, whoa, that's
Sure.
thought-provoking. But you said something along the lines of Musk's cyborg obsession is ultimately him running from God, as he is trying to move himself out of his body and into a digital world. As the sun expands and the earth is eaten, that cyborg Musk is gone. This explains the obsession with Mars and moving beyond to stay alive in a cyborg state, further trying to defy God. And I find that pretty fascinating.
Do you remember how I ended it?
Nope.
I do. Actually, I do. I said he will be on the event horizon. I said that piece of information, Elon Musk will get to the final event horizon. And I said, even there, he'll get his uniqueness will get, as a data form, will be lost once he crosses over and becomes the final piece of information that becomes nothing.
Or as he extends into the universe of nothingness.
We don't know, right?
Right. So
what we know is
wild.
that nothing. We know no information comes back up out out of the gravity well of a black hole, right? So the final singularity, I find it interesting. He's always worried about the singularity. I think Elon, if for some weird reason, as a fellow African, you're listening to this, it's I do see there's a way in which people that are that smart really are still trying to run away from the essential part of them that's created in the image of God, right?
That is a consistent thing.
So I pray for him. I hope that's not true. I think the whole idea of becoming transhuman ultimately is that idea that it's a denial of being willing to be a creature, right? We can say, I'm going to move it. I run some cattle, so I'm going to move it in the realm of cattle. I can take a bull and I can remove parts of its body and I could surgically change it around. And its essential chromosomal pattern, its telos, does not change. And no amount of calling it a heifer and putting it in a field with another bull is it ever going to produce more, no matter what I do surgically to make it look like something else, to deny the core, like how it comes out. I have no idea what's going on in a cow brain. I know they hold grudges. I know mine try to tell me things like there's a hole in the fence or there's a fox in the yard. Like right. They communicate. There's some measure of competence there. Cognizance there.
I'm hungry.
You haven't changed the bale. We need a new hay bale. All those things are there. Vice versa, you can take a heifer, cut off the udders. You can, I don't know, do things to surgically make it look like it's not a heifer, and it's not going to quintessentially change the flavor of the beef.
Are you talking about?
And so I think when we get into this space with the, when people want to say, well, God made me this way, but I'm going to use surgery to change it, right?
Yeah.
God made me this way, and so I have a fetish for a certain kind of sex, and now I'm going to let that identify who I am, right? You're still in rebellion to the core thing, which is that you are created by God to be in His image, and you either start from the place of, does God really have anything to say about that? And if you say no, then fine, great, go do what you want. That's not Christianity.
What do you think God has to say about that?
I think God has said it. He wants us to love Him and not define ourselves by our moral choices. Back to Ephesians, you used to do these things, but you don't anymore. You used to be in that family, and that's what that family did. But that family was sending you into perdition. That family was operating inside the boundaries of this evil kingdom of these false principalities and powers who were rebelling against God, trying to take humanity with it.
So what are your thoughts on someone who's transsexual, has changed their parts, and states they're a Christian?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of complexity there. And I'm not wishy-washy here, but we're back in the same space as the conversation about the street preacher, right?
Yeah.
What's really going on there? There are stories in both directions. There are transitioner stories who say, I don't think I really got to figure out who God was until I changed. I'm probably a little bit skeptical on that, partly because there's just so many other things going on neurologically that seem to be out of order. I know this, that whatever version of who we are is, it doesn't survive past the death of the flesh.
Yeah.
Right? Will you be resurrected? I mean, here's my questions for them. So when you're resurrected, what form will you be resurrected in? Do you think? Right? Do you think God has a say in that? What if in your resurrected form, God resets you back to the gender you were born with? Those are the kinds of hard questions I'd like to ask that individual, rather than just saying, yeah, well,
Why do you think God allows a hermaphrodite to be born? There's a lot of these things that are just such wild gray areas.
Sure. Right.
And someone who's listed as a boy on a document, but as they get a little older, they actually find out they are a female.
Possible. The other thing
because they share both parts or partial of each.
And I think that part of some people are born with their brain outside their skull too, right? When we start talking about these real rare instances of how a person is born versus how they live out their life, I hope the best of medical science figures out how to cut open the skull and refold it and make it so that baby can not go through life with that. The reality is most of those probably don't survive much past the first few hours of birth. I don't understand why that's there.
Well, here's another weird one.
To quote Jim Bergen, I hope Jim Bergen's listening. Quote Jim Bergen, that's above my pay grade. Yeah. It just is, right? But it doesn't change the quintessential part. I'm creating the image of God. God loves me, and He wants to have a relationship with me. I got to have it on His terms, because what I was born into was this place that's in rebellion against Him. But He's done everything through Jesus to pull me back out of it, right? So we go back to megachurches if we can, because I want to shift back. I'm fascinated by how, and our conversation about the algorithm and technology touch in here, how this is getting skewed into these conversations about what biblical manhood means, right? There's no secret we're in the Ozarks, and the largest megachurch in our area is on the very north end of the town of Ozark. And every year, since 2018, they've had this orgy of maleness and bravado and machismo and
the men's conference.
Yeah, the men's conference, and it blew up on them this year.
Yep.
They platformed a sword swallower as an acrobat, and I think that at some level, if you want to say this is a guy with a certain set of competencies, have at it. I don't know that those are competencies that we want to say are male competencies, right? I think you could show feats of strength. You could have some guys with no shirts on from the local fire department show you how to drag hoses and climb ladders, and right. And you're going to look at your stepson and you're going to say, "Hey, man, that takes a lot of skill." And if your stepson says, "Yeah, I want to be a firefighter when I grow up," you're like, "Hell yeah, go for it, buddy."
As a former law enforcement officer, my kid ain't gonna be no hose dragger.
Easy. So, alternatively, you could have a guy up there who's he's won the steel lumberjack championship, and he takes his shirt off and chops some wood, and your son looks at him and he goes, "Man, I want to learn to chop wood like that." And you're like, "Yeah, go for it, buddy." Yeah. But the minute I'm going to pick on the crayon eaters in the room, the minute a Marine walks up there with a bayonet on his M4 and says, "Hey guys, watch this," and hands the M4 to somebody and swallows the bayonet, and your son goes, "Dad, I want to join the Marines tomorrow." You're going, "No, son, you're not going to be a crayon eater. You're just not." Right? We internally kind of reject that is not masculine. So I don't know how it got past their common sense committee, but it blew up when one of the speakers, Mark Driscoll, stood up and said, "Hey, this is disordered." He was trying to sell a book. This is disordered. And then the leader of the meeting, and they had a big fight about it.
Where he mentioned the Jezebel spirit multiple times in his statement. And then you find out his subheading of his title has Jezebel spirit in it. Like it was totally about planning the book.
Sure. And I was in a barbershop a few weeks later, and I said, "Hey, I know that there in Ozark there's one that's hyper masculine, really wonderful guys in their 30s that have really figured out how to tap on this." So I said, "Hey, how'd it go in the first few days after that?" I said, "Because half of your customers go to that church and the other half don't," and they're like, "That's kind of touchy." And one of the barbers who's not there, apparently he's not there anymore. But he said, "I'll tell you what I really think." And I said, "That." And he goes, "Well, if Mark Driscoll really had any balls, he'd have made security drag him off the stage."
Interesting.
And I thought, okay, I think you're following my sentiment. Like, I get it. So let's talk about the Mark Driscoll side of that. Mark built up and then blew up one of the largest churches in Seattle, Mars Hill Fellowship, for those of you who don't know. And he kind of became popular for being one of the first guys to really use YouTube. And he would do these rants. And he's got the timing of a stand-up comic, and very popular. But after he destroyed that church with his behavior, he's never apologized. He's never really truly taken responsibility for it. He took a bit of a sabbatical, and then he moved to somewhere in Arizona, I think, and then he started another church. So that's where he's platformed now. I met him before he was famous. It was this would have been the end of the 90s. I was in some sort of an apologetics conference, and he was there. And the conference people that were running it forced you to share meals across tables with everybody else who was a participant. Mm-hmm. So I sat and had lunch and listened to Mark extol how he was so smart and, you know, how he knew. He was a real tool then. I mean, before he was popular, I was just like, what a douche, Sean. You know, I'm just not. We're the same age.
That's the vibe I get from him now. That's definitely the vibe I get.
We're the same age. To be fair, when he was in Seattle, I get that he was really pushing uphill on some other things. Back again at that place in North Carolina that we were referring to earlier, I was in a course, and one of the guys in our course was dropping terminology from Strauss's book, and admitting that he was quite the Lothario and he could sleep with anybody he wanted. He was a good-looking guy, good sense of personality, and he made this comment. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I go to a really great church." He said, "Our tagline is there are more dog owners in our city than there are Christians," which was one of Mark Driscoll's favorite things. So he tipped me off then that he goes to Mars Hill. And I just looked at him and I said, why do you go to that church? And he said, tell me about that. Why do you go to that church? And he made the comment. He said, well, what's really great is if you want to target, we're using their words, you want to target a rich environment full of clean vagina, then, you know, a mega church is the best place to go find it. You can change campus to campus. You can rotate through. You can pick off 2 or 3 people, move to a new campus, pick off 2 or 3 people, move to a new campus. You can change between the first service, the second service, and the third. He said you don't have to pay bar tabs. You just have to be able to speak the right language, understand how to neg a Christian girl, and then you can sleep with her pretty easy. And I remember at the time just being absolutely horrified and thinking, no wonder Mark Driscoll is screaming about illicit immorality in his church all the time, right? Because the problem with a church as it gets bigger is there's no accountability. You start losing you can let a predator like that in, and they can get away with what they want to.
Yeah, and the bigger things get, it's the same in government. It's the same in the corporate level environment.
Sure.
Once you have too many people involved, there's so many things that easily get overlooked, which blows my mind when 12 people have to look at it. So for something like the sword swallower, who took off his shirt and climbed up a shiny pole and started twirling around it, and that was at a Empowering men's conference for a church, I'm sorry, that was disturbingly laughable that was passed, and it had to be cleared by not one person, not 2, probably more than 3, more than likely 7
Sure.
to 15 people actually cleared that, and it blows my mind.
I think it starts getting even darker. For one, there would have probably been some men who, before they became Christians, would have identified with a lifestyle that would find homoeroticism
Interesting.
their fetish, right? What did that signal? And
You think that was potentially intentionally selected to?
I have no idea. I really don't. I don't know.
Dude, you definitely open up the doors to new thought for me on that.
So then let's talk about the fallout on the other side, right? So 3 or 4 days later, the pastor of the church.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I got to stop you. That as a marketing attempt is interesting because
I don't know what they were thinking.
Well, what I'm not saying they did, but take the gay side out of it and the straight side with what you were just saying. You were saying Mark was thinking those thoughts about the women talking about being clean in the audience, right?
Right.
Okay. This very guitar head I took to James River and auditioned for their band when I was 18 years old.
Right.
And I went to 2 auditions, got on, started rehearsing the songs and everything, never hopped in the schedule yet. And I ended up walking because I was seeing just some BS there where guys weren't leading the life that I felt like they needed to in order to be playing up there. But what's insane is while I'm doing the typical Christian judgment thing, judging a guy who's my friend now, and you know who you are, I'll say 18X, and he'll know who he is off of that. But,
do we need to tell the audience what an 18X is?
Someone who's basically hired directly to go direct to special forces. They, you go through all the schools and everything, but you're hired on to make it to that.
18 X-ray is the MOS designator for special forces candidate.
So that's
so that's what he did.
Yeah.
So we're describing an alpha male.
Yes, he ended up having to go to a slightly different path in the end. But yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great friend of mine. We're not super close or anything, but I get to see him about once a year now from something else that we do together work wise. But he was my guy where I felt like he was doing something where I was judging him. Meanwhile, do you know why I joined the band at James River?
No idea.
Because I saw that anyone who was on that stage was viewed as a rock star to the hotties in the crowd, and I knew they could do this and say,
picking
you.
her.
And they'd go, boom, and big old ring on their finger and everything. You could pick the perfect girl because no matter... It didn't any of them. You have your shot at any of them, and I saw so many of those guys just.
Here's where you get to say you could be as ugly as a bass player and still get hot.
Girls. Yeah. You could be the
you could be the
guy who's simply over there holding the low end, and that's funny because one of them, I'm sure.
I'm gonna tag a bass player in this and send it to him. So yeah, you know who you are. Well, also somebody who went in the military.
I've got a friend.
And wait, you were a rock star. Okay, so I'm going to tag you. You know who you are. You were a rock star before you ever.
Well, I know a bass player who was on stage during my audition, which is funny, the first one. And I guess their relationship didn't work out, unfortunately. So sorry for mentioning that. So I won't say his name, but no, same thing. He had selected his woman from the crowd.
Apparently, the person I'm referring to, that he was in a band from Springfield who actually did get a little bit of notoriety. And when he got to basic training, they asked him, what'd you do before you came in? He said, I was a rock star. And then they looked him up, and the drill started stuff messing with him. They realized, he's actually, got some notoriety.
About Happy Endings by chance?
No, it was not. No. Although, for a Christian band, I always thought Happy Endings was probably not the best choice of a name.
I didn't know they were a Christian band. I had no idea. That was a thing?
Yeah.
With that name? Ouch.
Oh, yeah. Off camera, I'll tell you some stories.
Okay. That's fun.
I still love some people that I care about that are too close to this conversation. Anyway, so let's skip ahead. Mark Driscoll blows this thing up, right? Mm-hmm. And here's where messing with the algorithm gets James River in trouble. Right? So the pastor on a Wednesday night calls the congregation together, and they blasted it out on social media, and he preaches a sermon where he says, we're going to follow biblical principles, and we're going to cast off our affiliations with Mark Driscoll. We're going to use church discipline to Ichabod, get rid of glory's departed from Mark,
right,
and anybody who affiliates with him. So not that this doesn't have sort of creepy cult vibes anyway, right? As soon as So they sponsored it because it comes up on my feed, in my algorithm, largely because I live in Ozark. All right? I thought, this is weird, so I started watching it.
Yeah.
Right? And it says sponsored. And so I tagged the sponsors.
Oh, so paid.
Oh, yeah. They paid for it. Now, what we didn't see, but it broke out later, was once they were done, they said, turn the cameras off. Everybody, here's a QR code for this. Now, forward this out to everyone in your friends list on social media, which everybody did. Didn't even think about it, right? Then they said, now, as a church, we're going to take communion, and everybody come forward and take the elements, the body and the blood, and let's reaffirm that we are in unity as the body of Christ. This is the first time in my life I ever realized that communion could be used to mass manipulate a crowd to do what you wanted.
How so?
Think about it.
Oh,
no one's going to say no.
I just want you to say it.
Yeah, no one's going to say no. Everybody's going to stand up and go take it. And you've done a physical thing with your Udal Loop where it was an ultimate penetration, I would say violation of their Udal Loops. Because even if you had questions about it, even if you disagreed, even if you were dissenting, I mean, we're on the level of everyone saying Heil Hitler, and the one guy is going, I'm not going to move, and everyone knows because forever you're in the photograph as the one guy who's not moving.
Which
right?
that's a thing that often bothers me about people within any religion is the blind followers. It's like, if you're not questioning something, what do you really even believe?
Well,
Like, to me, like, there's certain things that you've got to agree don't make sense, and you can say it doesn't make sense, and that's not denouncing your faith.
I found it particularly offensive in this sense that what communion is supposed to be is something very different, right? Communion is where we all come together as the body of Christ, and we say, this thing that happened in the future, we're bringing to the present. This thing that happened in the past enables it. If you're a Jew, if you're a barbarian, together you come and you share one cup. As it is in heaven, as it was in hell, in this moment, we realize that this act reminds us that we are people who love God and need what He's given, and this is a token of expressing our faith that what He's done is true. Short of having sex with a woman, it's one of the most intimately sacred things I think you can do in my own thought process. It is to be this very holy, very sacred moment of bringing God into it. And the reason I said that they violated them is they used it in this other way of locking in the deal that they as a church were going to corporately engage in pushing the algorithm out on their message. Putin wishes he could do that inside Ozark, Missouri. Right? And then it got him in trouble because once the algorithm caught it and it started, I mean, everywhere around the world, people were starting to pay attention to it.
Oh, yeah.
They did have one lone dissenter. And when she wrote a scathing, hey, this is I've been in this church. As I understand it, she came from a former Soviet satellite, communist kind of, maybe Romania. They wouldn't consider themselves Soviet satellites. Came from a former Eastern Bloc country where she had grown up under communism. She recognized it for what it was. And when she pushed back, they started saying, hey, you stop, pull down your posts, don't do this. And by that point, then her posts were going viral the other way because of the dissent, right? Yeah. And then they got bit by their own grabbing a hold of Leviathan. Leviathan pulling the beast up out of the ocean. Leviathan turned around and bit him, took a chunk out. Yeah. Because then it went the other way. They ended up having her arrested and taken off campus I think it was on Mother's Day.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it got ugly.
Good.
Still is ugly. There's still chatter about it. Carl Lentz, who was at, I'm circling this back around. So Carl Lentz, who was at Hillsong, and then they did an expose on him, launched a podcast last week. And so he was in the news. He was Justin Bieber's pastor. He was in the news, and I'll send you the screen cap. People were commenting, like the YouTube commenterati were talking about it. And in the comments section, in the middle of a live stream, it comes up, someone says, I was at James River on staff, and I recently got fired because I won't stop asking questions about all the things that are going wrong in that church. Mm-hmm. And the point that he was making was, Carl Lentz said, I've signed NDAs that prevented me, if I wanted to have any bit of, I can walk out of here with my shirt on my back. I had to stay with him. And this kid from Ozark was saying, yeah, on my way out before they fired me, they handed me an NDA and said, we will give you this. We will give you this. Did I say? Yeah, I did send that to you.
I don't know if I saw it from you or not, but I definitely saw that.
Yeah,
because that was another one that was virally being reposted.
Yep, and I was just like, this is crazy. Once the church starts messing with this space where it's not what God's moving in, and we can't distinguish between what it does and what the idolatrous world did 2,000 years ago. We're watching it spin out of control.
And we're in a problematic time where everyone loves to call people out for their failures.
Sure.
And you turn the whole thing into a reality TV show.
Sure. You have.
Well, I've got a couple other things. We're probably at 8 terabytes of footage.
Well, all right.
Right now, so you're going to
have to cut
wrap it up here soon. But I wanted to touch base on a couple other thoughts that came from conversation with you before that I thought would be fun to bring up. 3 thoughts here. This is referencing if America were to turn around and have a second civil war.
Okay.
So you had stated the Civil War will be on the lines of the city limits of every major city. And to go further on that, you'd also stated in the city, you'll go left, as left thinking is direct rather than in a questioning nature. It's how you're going to get along, because you have to get along for a large populace to live together. While in the country, distance separates us. So in rural areas, space, a fence, it all allows you to do your own thing, think freely, and keep away from those you disagree with. However you want to approach it, I'd like you to expand on those 3 thoughts.
Well, I think when I said those things to you, I was fresh out of at that point, had been my most recent set of orders that I had been on in the DC area.
Mm-hmm.
And for the 3 months that I had been up there, I was very keenly aware of the divide. The instructors in the course that I was on were clearly split left and right, no matter how they tried not to be.
Right.
Any little bit of pushback, I mean, you're worried about your grade and passing the course.
Oh gosh.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're in the Army and you're a major and you're there, Army's got, I don't know, probably $60,000 to $70,000 wrapped up in sending you there for the course. And so you can't really speak your mind. I remember several times telling some of the Christians in the class, we've got to look at this like Daniel and his fellow followers when they got to Babylon. We're learning the language of Babylon. We're learning the science of Babylon. We're learning the mythology of Babylon. We're learning how the world does it. And then, we're not going to engage in the idolatry ourselves.
Yeah.
And so when I came back and I drove home from DC, I had this a day or two to decompress, and get out of the culture. And I was so aware of how you're just confined in the city. You can't move. You can't go anywhere. And you do have to get along. You have to overlook the things that you would otherwise find offensive. You get back to Ozark, and you're in Highlandville, you're in Crane, you're down in those. There are LGBTQ people in the community. There are even transgender people in the community. And they're just looked at as, oh, that's quirky Mr. So-and-so.
Yeah.
Right? Good for him.
Yeah.
Right? You're not teaching Sunday school. Right? More to the point, you're probably, if you're transgender and you're Highlandville, you're not welcome in the local roadhouse. You're more likely to be accepted in a church in Highlandville than you are. Not that they wouldn't accept you. They're just going to be, there's be a huge sign on the wall that says, Trump 2024. Yeah. And you just know.
Probably not being invited to the local schools to read to the kids.
Probably not. That's not to say that there wouldn't be some teachers who would try to get them in there.
Yeah.
I do see down in that part of the state some very clear attempts to bring in more leftist thinking.
Yeah.
The ones that I'm more fascinated by are the people who are refugees from the Western states who are coming in, and they've been at war as MAGA supporters in the West, so they assume that they can say what they're going to say and it'll be accepted here, and they don't have a filter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also not how we are in the Ozarks either, right? They'll be viewed as an outsider until their kids have grandkids, if they've moved here from California or Arizona.
That's true.
Right? And I'm forever saying to people, hey, don't just assume you got the high ground or that we agree with you. There's this very much a live and let live until you don't. The biggie, I always laugh about it around July 4th, because all the lefties who are used to California will try out the ordinances for Ozark for not firing fireworks on the day. Because you're only by city ordinances supposed to fire fireworks like within so many days of and so many days after. Are you going to be the Karen that calls 911 and says, I want to report people firing fireworks off? Really? I want to be there when you cite the ordinance to the deputies that are going to have to come out and tell you, go back to bed, lady.
Yep.
Right? We don't care. We're freedom loving. We do our own thing. There's this real rebellious spirit to the region. And it comes from the Scottish roots that fought wars for 300 or 400 years with England before they came over here and scrabbled out, cutting down the oak trees and planting strawberries and trying to eke out a living with their little clannish, with a small c, their little clannish Scottish ways. Winter's Bone, we brought that up earlier. Winter's Bone is a great, if you've never seen Winter's Bone, it was shot here. It's an independent movie here in the Ozarks. Daniel Woodrell's novel is what it's based off of. And it really gets at the crux of some of these unique things about the Ozarks. And that even that idea of being separated, right? You do what you want, cook meth if you want. Sheriff says, I don't care if your dad was cooking meth. Just have him post what he needs to show that he's not dead yet.
A lot of the people in the area when that came out, I saw a lot of reports from local news and everything where people were offended by the film. And to them, I say, well, get outside of this area and you'll find that the film's pretty damn accurate.
Sure.
And it's
One of my
like you're blind to things that are blatantly obvious in that film because it's daily routine for you, so you don't see that it's actually accurate.
When I was in a civil affairs unit, one of my soldiers was an NCO, but he was from Oldfield area, and if I drop the name, it's a name that's because both you're either a good version. Let's say it's Smith. You're either a good Smith or you're a drug running Smith.
Right,
and he
right.
came from the drug running Smith side.
That's the young bloods around here too.
Oh, young bloods are that way.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not Blues.
Good grandpa. That's another one.
Blues, another one, right?
I've arrested both of those names several times.
Right, and they could be Hosey Blues, a pastor and well loved.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah,
or his
Rich
cousin,
dress, right?
His cousin Joe, who's got a marijuana patch and a meth lab on both sides of his property. I don't know if there's a Joe Blue. Don't cut my hydraulic hoses on my Bobcat.
He is, and he's probably a felon. So
Okay. I found this out when I was driving down a road outside Highlandville one day, and I saw you're going along real slow, and there's an American flag. Okay, I got it. And then there's a Missouri flag, and I got it. And then there's a Confederate flag, Trump signs all over the yard, and then there was a big, huge swastika.
Really?
Oh yeah. So I'm talking to the sheriff. I'm like, hey, do I need to worry about what's going on that compound? He goes, oh no, that's so and so. I went to high school with him. He's harmless.
You kind of look like their poster boy. So.
Yeah. He goes, he's harmless.
He might try and recruit.
And I said, okay, what's with the flag? Right? And he said, well, his uncle is doing his third stint in federal prison. He said they're paying their dues for him being in the Aryan Nation. Right? And then it dawned on me so this was in the space, it was like within the year before I went up to DC. And so I'm listening to instructors say, according to the RAND studies, Trump supporters are these extremists who are fill in the blank. And I thought you're only looking at the surface. They weren't neo-Nazis. They weren't white supremacists. They're probably upstanding members of the Church of God in the nearest town. But if they don't want Uncle Ned to engage in male-on-male and fornication with somebody from a different tribal orientation in prison, Uncle Ned's got to align with the protection that's offered by the Aryan Nation.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost to that is they fly the colors. And so any vets that are watching, they automatically know. You'd roll into a village and the ISIS flags are there. They don't support ISIS. They just don't want their kids' throats slit.
Yeah, that makes
4
sense.
villages over.
Huh.
Right? And when I saw the pattern, it's hill people are hill people. And I saw the pattern, I went, the real issue is, and it touched into the death of your friend, the real issue is this underground meth culture that's really where like a huge chunk of the hidden economy is. Mm-hmm. So in the same way I was talking about how we've sublimated the information management to this illicit pornography world that everyone is at some level influenced by, but no one ever talks about, and we ever can't bring up on the surface. Meth does the same thing in our region down here, right? And so people we love get caught in the crossfire, and The rest of us suffer. The
Yeah.
ones who survive. No. You said a thing earlier that two people could look at the stage and see two different things. I saw the same thing in your conversation with Chris. And you and I've talked about this a little bit offline. Chris talked about going back to Waco, and I heard him processing. The pastor said to him, I've known David Koresh for a long time. It just happened to be your finger on the trigger that was the one that was there and not somebody else's. And Koresh wanted to commit self homicide at the hands of a police officer shooting him. I heard it, and it tapped into me, especially as I heard the rest of Chris's story about how the military and people in it enter into a culture of trauma. You didn't hear it that way at all, right? My algorithm sets me up, and I know this, I've got this bias. My algorithm sets me up to hear Chris say that, and I go, oh, this affirms for me, that the minute you pick up a rock and teach yourself how to kill your brother, you are into this place where you're not designed to do that. You're capable of it, but you're not designed to do it. You're supposed to take the rock and build a city. You're supposed to build a fence, right? You're supposed to make a plowshare and not a sword, ideally, God's ultimate vision for humanity, right? And so that's how I heard it. I heard it as an affirmation of, oh, wow, Chris is just kind of locking in for me this bias I have, that the minute you put on that mantle of saying, I'll take up the weapon and go be a warrior and I'll stand as a sheepdog against the wolves, you're still going to get blood on your fangs. You just are, right? You heard it differently. How did you hear it?
Remind me the line again.
If you hadn't been the guy there, basically Koresh wanted to kill himself, and it would have been somebody else.
Yeah, I don't really remember.
Somehow you heard it
Context
as a trying to sanitize what had happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of things where he was preaching there's an end time element and the force of the devil that will come against them or try to stop them, prevent them. And as soon as there were federal agents surrounding the place, he's able to express that this is it. This is the end times. This is what we've been waiting for. And there was never an intention of people getting out and walking freely, but because everything they had believed, being part of that cult, was ultimately, this is the war we've been training for. Okay. And the only way is...
So what did you hear different about how Chris was processing it than I heard?
I don't recall on that. I'd have to go back and look at that, and maybe I can add that in a caption format, because I don't remember. It's been too long now. So originally, we wanted to do this just days or a week after the Chris interview aired, but some of that stuff's just not fresh enough on my mind. That's cool. Now.
I think my memory at the time was, you said I couldn't parse out whether Chris was regurgitating sort of government propaganda and a narrative that was supposed to make the government look good, rather than telling the truth for what it was.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it shocked me, because I didn't hear that at all. Like, I never stepped into that space. But it reaffirmed for me, because I remember at the time saying, "Oh wait, wow, Kyle, this is those places where you can look at the same set of facts, and the algorithm pushes you to see it in very different ways, depending on what you're."
And then there's or not the opposite, but another format of that where people are trying to present two different things with the same information, where they're changing it intentionally. I don't know who the comedian is, but it's an old comedian where they had a famous line of, one guy's like, I like the puppet on the left. And the guy's like, oh, that's interesting because I like the puppet on the right. Wait, it's the same guy controlling both puppets.
Right. Right.
I don't remember who said that, but it's like, damn, if that ain't politics in so much of this world now.
This is not a new space for us as Christians. The tendency, I think, especially here in the Ozarks, is to say, well, God's going to rapture us out. That was even a joke in the zombie movie. Nathan Shelton had a line where he said, this isn't the end of the world. The rapture hasn't happened yet. And I remember loving that they had when they developed screenplay, that they had caught that, right?
Yeah.
There's this escapist mentality typically that says, hey, if this is the struggle we're against, we don't really have to endure it. That was not what happened to those believers. that were taken off to Babylon. They ended up having to build ways of saying, if we're stuck in Babylon, we've got to build schools, we've got to thatch roofs, we've got to give our kids in marriage, we've got to keep going. And I think when you start to realize the process of what the algorithm does is to dehumanize us, you can start thinking, well, it won't matter. I don't have to fight. I don't have to resist. It's gonna be over soon. And I want to offer that it's the juice will be worth the squeeze if we say, I'm not going to be that kind of human. I'm not going to be dehumanized by this thing that is clearly designed to take away the dignity of who I am, who I'm going to be as a father, who I'm going to be as a husband, who I'm going to be as a man. I'm not going to be reduced to just data points that can be manipulated. Right? That sometimes does have a cost to it. And I think I heard that in your conversation with Chris too. Yeah. He said, when I realize if I'm going to turn my phone off on some of these things, I think I'm going to have to give up some other things in the process. Right. So I think if we're getting a point here where we want to kind of wrap this up to a conclusion, the one thing that I really want to say is that it's worth regaining those things that make us human. I'm saying, actually, I don't have to be manipulated by this. Maybe the algorithm has noticed that my daughter likes purple. God has just made her to love purple. And I'm going to raise my daughter to appreciate and be fully who she is and all of her beauty and her grace and all of the things about her that make her unique, right? Those are things that the data points can't measure, right? Who we fundamentally are in our relationship and our response to who we are as spiritual beings. So yes, if it's just a material world, then we're going to end up getting sucked down to the bottom of the Matrix, the Matrix movie when they're all pulled down to the satanic gray goo at the bottom. If it's just a material world, then the last little bits of information are eventually going to collapse into a big singularity. If however we're the image bearers of God and we have some ability to make moral decisions that are going to push back on evil, then and I'm not putting this in an apocalyptic sense, but the things that dehumanize us aren't making us better. And I think the juice is worth the squeeze to say I don't want to be that kind of human.
I agree with that. Yeah. Well, heck yeah. Is there anything you want to plug? Links, anything to see anything this week?
Eventually we're going to launch our own podcast. I've been working on the end of that.
Don't say the name of it until you have all that secured, because the name is freaking incredible. And when you do launch it, remind me so I can add links to this.
All right. It will be
such a good name.
It will. If you've enjoyed the way that I process some of this in the conversation with Kyle, it's going to be a format where I am largely going to be talking to missionaries or people who have an expatriate experience living outside, and then how they engage and interact with the American culture. And so the part of this that I bring, that's my perspective, will obviously be there, and then I will be digging out of those individuals what it's like to see America from their perspective. So
heck yeah, looking forward to that. And
if I'm lucky, my friend Barry, who I threw a call out to earlier, will be one of the people who sometimes co-hosts for me. So the pressure's on Barry. So.
Well, and also I'd love for you to reach out to your dad, and I'd love to sit down and have dinner with him and talk to him about the opportunity coming on as well.
Sure. I think my dad would love that.
Yeah.
My dad would love that. I would like it for you if you'd get that to really let him kind of just flourish in some of his stories about things that happened hunting.
Well, I plan on reaching out to you in the background as well and learning from you.
Okay.
Hey, where do I need to dig? Because
I might just sit one of those over there and keep a mic on out of the camera, poke and prod a little bit. He is 87 and his memory is fading in some areas. So, or he just doesn't. Sometimes he just doesn't. It's not cognitive loss.
Right.
He's just not tracking. You'll ask a question and it's part of growing old.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
He's doing it gracefully. Love him. Love my mom. I think of how much courage it took for them to say, we're going to leave America and go do this other thing and make a difference, and to see that God did change people's lives through what they did. So
that's awesome.
All right.
Well, Loyal, thanks again for coming on.
Welcome. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah.
I'll see you. How do you feel?
Good.